you playing the intro or are we just okay, there we go.
Shut up, John.
It doesn't Shabisky suck.
No, you do.
Why do I suck?
Because you're a piece of shit.
Jesus.
You gave me gout on my shoulder.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
Hi everybody. So we're live?
Live.
Okay. Everyone blame Shab. Shab's it's his fault, like always.
Who?
Why'd you sabotage our ability to start
I
the
don't
stream
even know
in a
that
timely,
word.
efficient manner?
I don't even know that word, so how could I possibly do that?
What word?
Gene. Sabotage.
Making fun of how I'm articulating it.
Taggy.
Sabotage.
Well, we're here with this Pimp Monk guy.
The only motherfucker on here that's worth a shit.
Whoa.
Pimp Monk, haven't you spent some time in prison?
What?
No, you haven't.
Did you really think I've been to prison?
No, I actually know you haven't because I sent you a StreamLabs once asking you about it, and you actually went into detail about how you always avoided any sort of prison time. Told some stories about times that were close.
Yeah, the only reason, back in my younger days, the only reason I didn't go to prison is because I didn't get caught. But that's the truth. I was a criminal back in the day. I was a criminal that got away with it and then changed my life. So, yeah. I mean, I went to jail a lot.
Well, maybe we shouldn't care about criminals because maybe it's their fault for getting caught. Maybe it's kind of like a pruning process, like selective breeding or selective engineering. Maybe we want to keep them at the bottom because they were too stupid to not get caught. So
maybe they started at the bottom, John, and now they're here.
Okay. So you're saying there's some like environmental factors there?
I'm saying there's Drake factors there.
Yeah.
They started from the bottom, John, and now they're here.
I actually spent some time in
prison.
He
doesn't know the reference.
He doesn't get it.
I know.
You don't know the reference I'm making, John?
What did
started from the bottom, now I'm here. Started from the bottom, now the whole world know I'm here. Yeah,
we're talking about that rap music stuff.
Yeah, Gene. Yeah, Gene.
Yep. Pretty good.
Took it in the bottom, now I'm quit.
That song. I don't like that song, by the way. I hate Drake. I think Drake's a worthless fucking dumb.
I would not be able to name one Drake song.
I can, the one I just sung.
Yeah, from the bottom, it's probably called.
And that's about it.
Yeah.
So I guess, do you want to go into some prison statistics?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we make up less than 5% of the population, but we have 25% of the world's prison population. Now, this is refuted by some because we did a stream like a few weeks ago on the world's prison population stuff, and it's like, this is like some people criticize it because like, what do you consider to be a prison? Because like you have slavery worldwide and human trafficking, and then in China, it's like people claim China's not really too forthcoming with their genuine incarceration rates, and a lot of
you're talking about legal prisons here, right? Like,
yeah.
But
in China, a lot of people probably get shot in the back of the head, so they probably don't even get a court date or make it to prison. So, but still, compared to other developed countries, we still deserve to be held to a lot of scrutiny because it's like we definitely have a much higher incarceration rate. And then when it comes to like corrections, like preventing people from finding their ways back into the prison criminal system. Yeah.
Okay, first of all, we need to get this up front real quick. Our prison systems are not rehabilitation systems. It's not based on rehabilitation at all. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you know this, John. Back in the day when I did the Pimp Muck show, I did a whole show on this as well, and I got deep into the studies of our prison systems. It's we're not, but we're none of most of our prisons are not built for rehabilitation at all. So,
And then we have our private prisons that are built
which is
for
ruining our
profit.
country.
Yeah. And it's like slavery, like they pay people less than minimum wage, and minimum wage isn't even a livable wage. And you have major corporations like Microsoft and McDonald's that exploit our prison system, and it's just they make money whether they're private or public or like private or state prisons. And then there's the whole debacle of our toxic capitalistic system. So you have companies like Criminals Corrections Association, where I believe they actually make more money than companies like McDonald's. So they're these multi-billion-dollar corporations. And then on top of all that, you also have the issue of if you're rich, you can kind of buy your way out of prison. So it's much easier to stay out of prison if you've got the money. But
Well, that's obvious.
yeah,
You work for
so
Hotels.com, John?
what's that?
You work for Hotels.com?
No.
You being Captain Obvious over here.
Hmm. Well, 1 out of 5 prisoners in the world is incarcerated in the U.S., so we already covered that. So as you can see, China has a greater prison population, and I believe North Korea is, on average, is ranked number 2, and I think like Russia is ranked number 3. But as you can see,
No signal on the stream.
It's all fine.
He fixed it.
okay. But yeah, countries that have much greater populations than we do, like India. And I mean, when I looked into China, it made sense why maybe they're not beating us because of some of the fabricated information their government's providing. India, I definitely think that India, their culture is more forgiving. And even though they might not be as organized because they're not as developed, they do have like 3 times the population than we do, and they're still keeping their prison population down and keeping people out of prison once they get out of prison. So even in more developed parts of India, they still are doing a better job than we are. So prisoners per 100,000. So here you see the United States is a very solid purple color, and we clearly stand out greatly compared to the rest of the world, even Russia. And look at how fucked up Russia is. Like lately in the news with the Ukraine and everything, they're this kleptocracy where they're arresting all these protesters and throwing them in prison, and they're this like they're just a complete old dictatorship, and yet we're incarcerating more people than they are. And it's almost like we think of Russia, we think of communism, we think of like the kind of totalitarian system that comes from communism. With the United States, it's capitalism. So look at the dark side of capitalism and how like the wealthy elite in America kind of fuel this kind of system, keeping people poor. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. It creates this funnel system where more people are being thrown in prison. The rich are profiting off of it. And clearly, I don't know, what would you say? Do you think capitalism's a good alternative to communism, or do you think that maybe we need to find something else that isn't capitalism or communism?
I think they're both.
They're both fucked up.
I think we're catching a lot more criminals under capitalism.
It's like, is rape in the front worse than rape in the back? I mean,
Yeah. And yeah, we already covered this, but this is compared to European countries. So of course, compared to the Western world, there's Russia below us, and we're almost, I'd say, around a third, not double, but
Norway is. I see Norway on that list. There, Norway is known for their very good prison system, actually.
Yeah,
a little too good, actually. They put fucking, they let them like live like hotel rooms and shit.
Yeah.
I can't remember which country it was, but they have prison restaurants that the employees are prisoners. They make a livable wage. They're still in prison, but I mean, they're the employees of that restaurant.
Now, yeah.
Look, it's a place of punishment, so I mean, I don't think they should have the same rights that we do out here because they're being punished. So I get that they, but you don't have to treat them like animals.
Okay, so this is where we kind of get into some of the nuance, why this is so significant and pronounced in the United States. So this is like a lot of it has to do with the drug war. So you can blame the Nixon administration. And when it comes to
Wouldn't it be the Reagan administration?
yeah, then well, that's after Nixon.
I thought Reagan's the one that started the drug war.
I'd say the drug war
Yeah,
kind of
it was his wife.
started.
No, Reagan started the
This is
drug war,
why.
John.
Nah, kind of started with Nixon, and Reagan kind of pushed it forward even more. But I'd say, yeah, it usually is. Most sources cite it with the Nixon administration. So here it says President Richard Nixon declared the drug war in 1971. Now, some people think that like this was around the time that racial segregation became illegal. So it's like, okay, like now you're not allowed to put up signs, no people of this particular color allowed in my shop. So some people make the argument that they kind of did this as a way to, hey, let's get these different ethnicities that are in a different class because of segregation. Let's kind of find a different way to segregate them. And I don't know, maybe there's some point there. What's his name? Who's the guy who directed the movie Sicko? And he directed all the documentaries, Where to Invade Next. Well, he made that argument in that movie, Where to Invade Next. I don't know why I'm skipping on his name. But then 1984, so this is like where we get to Reagan, the Sentencing Reform Act, where they created much stricter sentencing guidelines. So minimum sentencing. So a judge, pretty much, they have to commit somebody to prison for like non-violent crimes or certain crimes where most countries we'd only have them in prison for a few years. It's like, hey, you have to send them to prison for 5-10 years. And then this also started like the 3-strike policy, where if you wind up in prison like 3 times, you get a life sentence, a mandatory life sentence, regardless of what that third crime is. You could have gone to prison 3 times for certain petty crimes, but you get a life sentence because of this kind of like Sentencing Reform Act and minimum like sentencing guidelines.
It's not petty crimes, it's federal crimes. So if like I got off on manslaughter 2 times and then I was charged a 3rd time, I would go to jail.
Yeah,
So
but
it's not misdemeanors.
well, it's not misdemeanors. The federal, you mentioned that with the federal government, but certain states like Texas, and I think Texas might have done away with it recently, but there are certain states that also have a similar like 3-strike policy, where it can be like certain lesser crimes that aren't like really serious violent crimes like rape or murder.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to summarize.
What's that?
I like those crimes.
Yeah. And like Nixon, I used to be like, hey, I don't think Nixon's that bad of an example of a Republican politician. Like when I was out of high school, I still had things to criticize him for. But then once you really look into him, yeah, he really was kind of a scumfuck. Just like same thing with even Reagan. Like Ronald Reagan, Republicans like to put him on a pedestal. And you saw how like he created a bunch of policies that shut down mental institutions and made affordable like care for people who have mental health problems even worse. So I don't know, like there's a lot to criticize about Democrats, but the more you look into some of the more like I guess favorable or less distasteful Republicans like Nixon or Reagan, they're still just kind of disgusting, unethical, like fucking pigs.
Well, Reagan was
Surprise
the
for
original
you.
Trump. He started out in Hollywood, got into politics, and then did his thing. The same thing with Trump.
But he's
He
a little
was-
bit more articulate than
Well,
Trump,
yeah.
and he's not as
I think he was much
Bruce
brighter
is-
than Trump.
yeah. I mean, Trump is just like
And
you want to see how our society's going downhill. People that aren't able to see just how much of a dumb fuck Trump is. I mean, I don't know. People are fucking stupid.
Trump
And I,
wouldn't have been as bad if his narcissism wasn't as bad as it is. But Trump is the
yeah.
most narcissistic human being I've ever seen on this planet.
Yeah, and I mean, narcissism's on the rise in America. Narcissism is rising in America at the same rate as obesity, and we're gonna get to some of that in this video because it's like that's one of the reasons with like the apathy, American capitalistic culture, we're the land without neighbors. Hey, it's their fault for going to prison. I'm such an exceptional human being. I never wind up in prison. If I was in the same situation these people were, who cares about mental illness? Who cares about like what class that they were born into? I would be exactly the same. Genetic and environmental factors need not apply.
To the meeting that I have just had with bipartisan leaders, America's public enemy number one in the United States is drug abuse.
We intend to end the drug menace and to eliminate this dark, evil enemy within.
And oh my God, see, oh my God, I fucking hate cops. I'm sorry. Like every time you see this, it's like maybe there's a few good apples out there, but a very large percentage of them are.
There's a lot of good apples out there, John. Let's not like act like that they're all bad now. Come on.
I don't think they're all bad. I think there's a very large percentage of them that.
But you know what? Okay, I don't want to get off on a tangent, but the thing about it is, we see this shit. You never see when they don't like the show where they're saving lives and fucking doing all the heroic shit because it fucks with the narrative. So, I mean, yes, they are bad cops out there, but there's a lot of, if you go look, a lot of videos out there where cops are doing fucking amazing shit to help people too. So,
I agree that you're not, like, I'll speak out of animosity. There are some cops that are capable of some decent, like, humanitarian acts, but it's like you look at the United States compared to other developed countries, and it's just, you look at statistics where it's like, if you're married to a police officer in America, the likelihood of you being a victim of spousal abuse skyrockets. You're more likely to be a victim of spousal abuse if you're married to a police officer compared to be married to somebody of any other occupation.
they do that study though. I mean, I'd like to see how they do that study. I really would.
I want to tell a good story about cops. I was walking home from the bar one time, and I was just blackout drunk and was too tired. I was gonna pass out. So the cop shop was a block away from where I was. I went into the cop station, and I'm like, I'm too drunk to walk the rest of the way home. Can you give me a ride? And they're like, yeah, where do you live? And then I gave them my address, and I got a ride from them.
Yeah, that's cool. That's
What if
nice.
you're black?
See,
I don't know. I mean, I don't think that it's guaranteed, like in a lot of those scenarios, like what if they were black? You can't know 100%, but I do think statistically you roll the die. I do think in a lot of those scenarios, the person being black does kind of change the outcome.
Here's the thing about cops, we all hate them motherfuckers until we need them.
Yeah, but I mean, you could say that about like a firefighter. It's like you need firefighters.
Who goes around
but
and hates firefighters, John?
Fuck the fire
Yeah,
department.
I know, but
Who
it's
does
just
that?
it's like, well, what about our educational system? Like, we definitely want people to educate our kids, but then when you look at stories of like flawed educators who are engaging in poor practice, a lot of people, it's like, yeah, they are needed for a service. Like, you have all these different jobs that society wouldn't be able to function if we didn't have them. But when there is
nobody, but you don't hear like thousands and thousands of people saying they hate teachers and fuck the teachers. Or, you don't hear that, John. That's what I was talking about. We all hate them until we need them. It's one about the police. You don't hear groups of people going out, fuck,
well, I mean, I'm not making,
defund the teachers. You don't hear that shit.
well, I'm not making the argument we should like get rid of all police officers or all cops should go to prison, or if somebody like assaults a cop, yeah, they deserve it, they're a cop. But when the statistics do show that police brutality is very ubiquitous, and
Yeah,
it is it needs to be addressed. And I mean, saying that like, hey, we need them, so we shouldn't address them, people do make those black and white arguments. And I mean, black and white arguments definitely should be kind of put in the shitter. Like, they should be put in the furnace. Like, we need to be objective. I mean,
but the problem is people aren't being objective because the people.
I agree.
Yeah, on either side. I mean, So yeah. But go ahead. I mean, I'm not up here to defend the police. I'm just saying that you can't say they're all bad and shit like that because they're not. It's just stupid.
Three strikes and you are out.
Extraordinary numbers of people are in prison because of drugs, yet it is not a place to get.
Like, you can't, they showed Bill Clinton there. Can't just blame the Republicans. I mean, he definitely was a big advocate behind the drug war as well and kept it moving forward.
Drug treatment. They come out.
Three strikes law, right?
Yeah. I mean, we were just talking about that. So, I mean, both Republicans and Democrats, both parties are fucked up.
And we're surprised that we have the highest recidivism rates, and that results in this cycle of incarceration and overcrowding.
This concentration of people, whether it's in inner city ghettos or in prisons, creates a culture of hopelessness that is incredibly corrosive. When they don't have any prospects, people turn to drugs.
Our prison population has exploded for a number of...
And they mentioned that my big thing is when it comes to drugs, it should be viewed as a condition. People are addicted to heroin. I don't think we need to give them a criminal record that follows them around. I think that we need to decriminalize drug use, and they've done that in countries like France. There are countries that they've already done this and it's worked. So it's like same thing with a lot of other things like universal health care. Like, people act like there aren't examples of this stuff working. There are examples of them decriminalizing drugs, and we've discussed this with like the last video, like Brazil. Brazil has the second most significant problem when it comes to like the drug war and everything. And a lot of it is all across the Americas. And we saw in that graph, Brazil is also up there as like one of the big 5 countries with one of the largest prison populations. And it's fueled by that fucking drug war with the United States and Brazil and throughout that entire like continental region. And it's like, if somebody wants to do fucking cocaine, who cares? It's like, maybe if we just allow markets to legally produce this stuff, it's something like with like prostitution. It's like maybe if we don't force people to do it illegally on the street where they have to.
No, you're just saying you want some cokehead whores. Is that what you're just saying?
I'm saying that I think it would be better for the stuff to be regulated.
John wants coke addicted hoes. That's what John's saying, everybody.
Well, maybe I do, but still doesn't
John,
change.
You brought me on this show. You knew I was gonna fuck it up, right?
Wasn't it Portugal that legalized every single drug, and they have certain hospitals that have nurses that regularize the intake of those drugs to the junkies?
Yeah, I think Portugal may have done it, but I think it was also France did it recently as well. I might be wrong about that, but I do know there are countries in Europe that have done what you just described right there.
Yeah.
But it's just like I mentioned with like those kind of crimes, like drug use or like prostitution. It's like, if you make it legal, wouldn't it be regulated? So they're paying taxes. They're not doing it on the streets. They don't have to rely on like some pimp that's for protection. Like, you don't have all these like illegal corporations shooting up all the other competition. If they're legally distributed and stuff, and then when people are purchasing the products, like marijuana, when it was illegal, it's like you'd have weed that would be laced with other stuff. People don't know what they're getting. When you make it legal, it becomes safer. It becomes cleaner. Not only is it just better for people's health overall, it will also create jobs, because like now that it's legal, people can actually, even people who aren't into drugs can legally engage in this line of work, and people aren't dying because of it. So it's one big giant fucking boondoggle that needs to be done away with.
Reasons, from the dismantling of our mental health system to mandatory minimum sentence laws, which help explain why 97% of people plead guilty to federal crimes rather than risk going to trial, to, of course, drugs. Because half the people in federal prison are there on drug charges, and it accounts for a quarter of admissions to state prisons. And, of course, it's tricky to know how to feel about all this, because, on the one hand, the war on drugs has completely solved our nation's drug problem, so that's good. But, on the other hand, our drug laws do seem to be a little draconian and a lot racist. Because while white people and African Americans use drugs about the same amount, a study has found that African Americans have been sent to prison for drug offences at up to 10 times the rate for some utterly known...
And that's another issue with classism, because they're like, you're more likely to be caught for a crime if you're living in a lower income, lower class area. So that's one of the issues, and because of the history of our country, certain minorities are more likely to be in that kind of environment.
Reason. It reminds me of a joke. You know, black people who commit drug offences, they go to jail like this, whereas white people don't go to jail at all.
Okay, but now, that argument, there's something behind that argument, that statistic there that he just threw out that they're not looking at. It says that, you know, we do drugs at the same rate as black people, which is true. But do we sell drugs at the same rate as black people?
Well, that's the classist issue, is that they're more likely to be in lower income areas where the job market is terrible. They have to rely on those kind of illegal forms of work to make money.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
But that, and what I'm saying is a lot of them that are in prison are for dealing, not using.
Yeah, and I
So
agree.
that's so I think that statistic is a little dishonest in the argument about it. I mean, a little dishonest.
Yeah, I agree. There is a level of nuance that they're ignoring, but still, if
Yeah.
you made it like these drugs legal, I mean, I don't know, I don't think if somebody, I guess like alcohol, you can't legally brew your own alcohol and sell it. If you do, you'll get in trouble, even though alcohol is legal. But I don't think you need to be sending somebody to prison for a long time for a crime like that, and it should be viewed as a lesser crime. And plus, like in a lot of these areas, like this is where social aid and social reform, it's not just with like the fact that they don't have access to work. So the correction is what we should be investing more money in. Instead of investing money in these prison systems where these corporations are profiting off them, we're not paying them a livable wage. Maybe they wouldn't need to sell drugs if they were being paid a livable wage and that they had access to more efficient social institution to keep them off the streets. Okay, this video seems...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to summarize for you the...
Okay. Some more numbers. Every week, around 10,000 citizens are released from U.S. state and federal prison. 650,000 ex-offenders are released from prisons every year. So it's like 2/3 of a million. And approximately 2/3 will be rearrested within 3 years of release. So you have this revolving door. They go in, they don't have access to the social aid anymore, so they pretty much have to engage in illegal in order to provide for themselves, and they just wind up back in prison. And then there's data that shows that, like with homeless people, it would be cheaper to just give them their own residential housing than it would to be send them to prison. So it should, or it'd be cheaper for society if we just gave homeless people their own kind of residential care, because they end up going to prison or they get sick, they go to the hospital. And in the end, it's like there's proven methods that have been applied in other countries that are much more pragmatic. They're much more beneficial to the taxpayers overall. And people don't want all this tax money invested in social aid, but the data shows that you're spending less money overall if this money is invested in these kind of programs. So rights those with criminal records do not have. So voting in elections. So you want to vote for a politician that wants to create more lenient sentencing guidelines. They want to make it so maybe people who were in prison for certain charges get a pardon, they get it wiped off their record. Well, they can't really vote, so they don't really have any influence there. And it's something like... I know 1/3 of Americans have some kind of criminal record, and I believe 1/5 have been convicted where they don't really have the ability to vote. So this is
It's bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very large percentage of the population.
That's only for felonists, though.
Yeah, felons, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. 1/3 have some kind of criminal record, and then there's...
Well, I have a criminal record, but I'm not a felon.
Yeah.
Getting
You're a
close.
bitch. What you are.
Okay, I'll up pimp. The next time I go to court, I'm gonna have you there.
Wait, can you do something, Crow? Can you look up what percent of the population are actual felons compared to the ones that have criminal records? But here, student loans. So
yeah, do his job, Crow.
What? It's interesting. It's a piece of information we don't know. Why not look it up so more people know on who are watching the stream?
Nobody's talking in your chat room. What the fuck, John? You're boring him to death.
Yeah, where is everyone? I mean, usually we got more people here. The last time you were on the stream, Pimp, they actually kind of, they age restricted it or something. So, like, we barely got any viewers on the stream. So, I mean, they have you on some kind of, like, blacklist or something.
Yeah, they do. That's been known for years.
Yeah.
1 in 44 citizens, as of 2016, 6.1 million individuals. That's just in the United States, and then as of 2020, it's 5.1 million voting age citizens.
Now, like we said, student loans, so other developed countries, like, higher education is free, but still, when it comes to, and it's not just like college, it's also like trade school, other forms of like training programs where you can find more, I guess, livable jobs, and they don't have access to that. So once again, they're kind of at rock bottom. They have no way to make money outside of like illegal trades. So food stamps. So I guess you're poor, you can't find a job because you have a criminal record, and like you can't afford basic nourishment. I mean, what do? I guess you shoplift, you steal food.
That's a lot of mac and cheese.
Yeah, mac and cheese is high in starch.
We got some rice.
Well, it's also like the obesity epidemic. It's like
obesity.
Yeah, obesity. Highly processed food is much cheaper than food that's fresh food, that's healthier. So a lot of times people have to rely on food that's really highly processed and everything. And you're more likely to be overweight if you're poorer in America compared to if you're wealthier. And welfare. So, of course, you hit rock bottom. There's no safety net. There's no way out. And public housing. And we mentioned this with, like, people who are homeless. They pretty much they're guaranteed to wind up in prison. We're going to be wasting this money on them anyway. And people ignore that, like, the average cost of a criminal is really fucking expensive. So people seem to ignore that. And then the average annual cost to detain a person in jail pending trial, $31,842,000. To imprison a person after sentencing, $34,770. To place a person in a residential re-entry center, $29,280. To supervise a person in the community pending trial, $4,026. And to supervise a person in the community after sentencing, $4,392. So, you're quite the liability.
When you look at me, what do you see? Male, white, college degree?
He's a ginger.
But what you don't see is that I am a convicted felon. See, I never intended to become a convicted felon, of course. I honestly didn't even intend to commit crimes. I had a very normal life. A decent neighborhood, a good school district, both parents. But over a few short years, several terrible things happened in my life that put circumstances in my life causing me to make some poor decisions. When I was 14 years old, suddenly my mother developed a drug and alcohol addiction and decided to divorce my father, leaving my life for several years. Months after that, my father got in a tragic motorcycle accident and he wasn't wearing his helmet.
Well, hey, if I was a 14-year-old and I was raised in the same kind of setting, dealing with the same kind of shit, with the mind of a 14-year-old, I'd be able to pull myself up by the bootstraps and I'd be able to find my way out. So it's his fault for not making the right choices at the age of 14 in that kind of environment. And this goes back to the narcissism epidemic, which narcissism's rising at the same rate as obesity. Empathy amongst youth has been declining at a rate of 15% per decade. So it's that kind of mentality. Like genetic and environmental factors, I'd be the same. Who cares? I'd find my way out, doesn't matter. When I make mistakes, blame an external factor. When other people make mistakes, it's because they're just stupid. It's their fault.
I remember vividly my brother coming into my 7th grade math class and pulling me into the hallway. We went to the hospital, and 2 doctors pulled me and my brother into a small room to tell us that my father wasn't going to make it, that they had to pull the plug. This absolutely crushed me. My father held my life together.
And that's another thing, like adult role models, like young boys lacking like a adult male role model. Like apparently that's one major factor that contributes to like juvenile statistics or incarceration statistics. Like a lot of young kids get in trouble because they kind of lack that adult support. And you have that issue with child neglect, which is that one environmental factor. But once more, like we're the land without neighbors in America, it's like, who cares what kind of environment they're raised in? If I was in the same setting, it would be a rags to riches kind of narrative.
From that point, we didn't fall into foster care, and we didn't have close relatives to take care of us. We simply started living with friends on different couches, every night not knowing exactly where I was going to sleep, what I was going to eat, where I would shower, or how I would get to school. This made for a very unstable environment for a teenager. I started showing up to classes late, staying out skateboarding in the streets more, stopped doing homework. And before I knew it, I had a full-blown drug addiction at 16 years old, and I dropped out of high school. At that time, I convinced myself that selling drugs to just my friends and the people I knew in my network wasn't a bad thing. It's how I was going to take care of myself. It fed me, it fueled my own drug addiction, and it paid for things like gas to get rides somewhere. But that evolved quickly. I started selling drugs in another state when I realized I could make a lot more money. Once a week, I would take drugs from Keystone Heights, Florida to Savannah, Georgia. The first time making $200, second time $500, then $1,000, then $2,000. And before I knew it, I was making over $3,000 a week selling drugs one time. But just 3 weeks after my 18th birthday.
And why wouldn't a kid do that when the alternative is making like half a livable wage, like waiting tables or working at like retail or customer service?
I was sitting at a red light in Savannah, Georgia, when 6 Chatham County narcotics team officers surrounded my vehicle and at gunpoint arrested me. On that day, I was arrested with over a half pound of marijuana and 800 prescription painkillers. When I went to court several months later, I stood in front of a judge, and she sentenced me to 14 months in prison with 10 years probation and 400 hours of community service. I was absolutely terrified. All I knew was
what happened.
You lost Pimp.
Jesus. What you do, Shabisky?
Math. I
You did math?
Yeah, I did minus. And minus.
Mindfulness?
No, minus.
Minus Pimp Monkey.
Yeah. I did that. I typed that in on my keyboard, and then he went away. I don't know what happened.
I just want to say that I had a minor at 17, and I was supposed to do, I think it was like 50 hours of community service, and I forged probably about 43 hours of that.
Yeah, but it's also like
saying you had a minor at 17 doesn't sound very good.
Well, no, I got a minor.
That doesn't sound good either.
Yeah.
This is not sounding good.
With equivocation.
This is not sounding good, Drunken. Okay, you
my
should
friend
stay away from the minors.
We were driving drunk, and we got a minor.
Stop picking up minors, dude.
That's not what I'm
fuck,
saying.
dude? Stay out of the school zone, Drunken. God,
we were.
You've been hanging out with
like,
Gene too much.
We were probably 100 yards from my house, and we got pulled over, and we had beer cans underneath the seat, and we got fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of this, like more with like the classism issue, like our educational system. Like there's so many public schools in America where the kids might as well not even go to school. The schools themselves are almost like these like check-in like 9 to 5 like juvenile like detention centers. Like the conditions are so poor, the funding and the infrastructure is so poor that there pretty much are no academics. They're just clocking into these juvenile prisons every day. And it's almost like when you're talking about, oh, they weren't showing up to school. It's like, are they really going to benefit from those kind of schools? Like, look at Baltimore City and the schools in the inner city where they cut the funding and just how like terrible those fucking schools are and how desolate they are. It's complete total anarchy. There is no education. The kids would like they're not benefiting at all from being there because of how piss poor that kind of institution is. So it's just like once more. They're probably would be less likely to show up in prison if they probably just stayed at home and did something more productive than just showed up there. What's that?
Imagine going to rehab like I have, just being a straight up alcoholic. Do you know how much I learned in rehab about other drugs and how many people that I can just, call if I wanted to do that stuff? That's probably even worse.
And I mean, with our educational system, it's like our schools are overcrowded. Like there's just too many kids. Like it's like 40 kids per one educator, 40 kids per classroom. And it creates the same kind of like problem with our prisons where you have such a large amount of people densely populated into one building. And it's like, you think of it, the human brain can only process like 300 relationships. Throughout most of human history, people lived in tribes of like 300 people. People lived in villages with only around 300 people. And, Pitmonk's back. And now we're in a society where it's like, or we have these prisons where we're cramming like 1,000 criminals into like one confined setting. And then same thing with our schools. It's like you're taking 1,000 kids and cramming them into one environment where most of human history, that's like 4 times the population as like your average society. And that's 4 times the population that like the human brain can even really like handle in terms of processing relationships.
So you're saying we should just kill them, huh?
That's what you're saying, Gene?
I'm saying maybe we don't need that many people crammed into like one confined,
kill 'em.
unnatural setting like that.
Just say it, John. Kill them.
Well, we were talking about pimp like in our schools. How
Yeah, we don't need schools.
Well, I almost kind of agree to some extent there because like in Baltimore City and these inner city schools, they're
We don't
so
need
fucking
Baltimore.
yeah, they're so fucking desolate. There's like 40 kids in one classroom. You have 1,000 kids that are crammed in this one school that has no funding. And it's just that kind of environment is a recipe for disaster. It's going to lead to so much dysfunctional behavior. And I mean, just kids in general, it's like you're not going to be able to properly supervise that many kids. And the schools themselves are almost prisons. They're not being provided with an education. When you have so many people, so many kids in that one confined setting, you don't think that's going to result in kids dealing drugs and engaging in like criminal activity. And it's like they would probably just be better if they didn't go to school. Those schools should probably just be bulldozed over because of just how much of a a hopeless pursuit those schools are. I mean, it's just they're a complete total fucking waste.
But John, then the government will have to provide free daycare.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know. I think our that's a different video. I could go into so much detail about educational reform, how maybe kids don't need to go to school as long as they do. Once kids get into adolescence, maybe we should try to give kids different like options when it comes to how they're going to move forward with their life. And it's like the data shows most kids aren't really benefiting from what they should be gaining in high school because of just how like flawed the system is structured. So I mean that's another thing leading to this is our just piss poor educational system.
Common perception about prison, what you've seen on TV.
I went to a school where I kind of very quickly was like, oh, okay, you guys are just glorified babysitters.
Yeah.
Like my biology teacher, for example, was also the gym teacher and the Bible history teacher. And, you know, we didn't really need to focus on that evolution bull crap. So yeah.
I just think my attitude is that like your primary topics, like your STEM sciences, like biology, physics, your math, English, it's like the overwhelming majority of people, 90-something% of people, are not interested in all of those different topics. Large percentage of people could care less about pretty much all those topics, and that's not a bad thing. Some of them care more about other things like music and art. And it's like we take things like it's reading, writing, math, science, and then like history, and like those are the 4 main like academic categories. And how many people, the overwhelming majority, if you took them like 5-10 years later after they graduated from high school, are going to remember or retain anything what they learned? It's just fucking pointless.
And here's a problem, and a lot of people may disagree with me on this because it sounds kind of wacky, I guess, but most of the kids in high school are not going to college, right? We know this.
Yeah.
Most of them are not. So teach them trades.
Exactly. Like 100%. It's like kids who care about math are going to like try to learn about it regardless. And I mean, kids who don't care about it, they're not going to learn about it. So most of the kids that are taking an algebra class, most of the kids that are taking a chemistry class, it's a waste of fucking time.
Yeah, and like I said, and most kids can't afford college. Most kids can't, you know, they're not going to be able to go to college. So teach them a fucking trade.
And I mean, most of the benefit from our educational system is in grade school, teaching kids reading and writing and basic arithmetic
and math. Yeah.
Yes, it's definitely beneficial to have a society where most people know how to read and write at a basic level. But I mean, in the end, like a plumber doesn't need to know what like the periodic table. They don't need to have the periodic table memorized. I mean, it's cool if they do, but in the end, it's like this attitude that we're going to force kids to sit down in this class and try to learn the subject that so many kids don't care about. And the overwhelming majority of jobs do not require kids to be proficient in these more, I guess, advanced academic topics. And then what I think is kind of funny is a lot of it goes back to classism. You look at the history of our educational system. It used to be just you went to school until what would be like a fifth, sixth, seventh grade education today. And then if you wanted to, you could go to college. If you wanted to be a lawyer, if you wanted to be an academic, if you wanted to be a chemist. And it's like that is a small percentage of the population. Most people, most trades, they don't need that level of understanding when it comes to those STEM fields. And some people, they have other interests where why are we treating like chemistry as if it's more important than art or like sketching? Because a lot of people prefer that over the other. And the problem is it's this elite culture. You need a college degree to be a complete citizen. And a lot of people that don't even think about what college is. So we shame
And college
people.
is a big money, and a lot of colleges it's all about money.
It's the student loan debt crisis because so many people went to school just because they feel ashamed if you're not that 1/3 of the adults that happen to have that diploma, and then it put our country in this student loan debt crisis.
If they really cared about the education of children and to keep them out of prison, so going back to this subject, they would let them go to college for free.
Yeah. And plus, when you go to college, like the data shows, most of the kids, when they take those kind of like placement tests, the AccuPlacers and stuff, they don't retain much of what they were supposed to learn. So basic reading, writing, so they end up taking classes that are the equivalent of high school classes. And when I was in school my freshman, sophomore year, a lot of those courses that you take, like college algebra and stuff, it's just, your freshman, sophomore year in college is pretty much high school too. So that's essentially what high school is. They're pretty much teaching you all of these freshman, sophomore college classes before your freshman, sophomore year in college.
They're prepping kids for college that are not going to college is what you're saying.
Exactly.
And it's stupid. You should prep them for life, because after high school, that's when life begins. That's when they have to start adulting. And as we said here, the majority of students aren't going to college because they can't fucking afford it. If they'd make basic community colleges free, so many people would go to college and we'd have so many more people doing better jobs and our country would be doing better. But no, it's got to be money, 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 and it's bullshit.
Yeah, and then it's also, we also don't teach kids how to think. We teach them what to think. And a lot of it is just drifting into college. Why? Because you're just told to go there. And then they'll get a degree in something like photography or geography. And it's like, what are you going to do with that major? And I know so many kids, and these aren't even kids in like poorer communities, where it's like they wasted 4 years of their life and all their money doing that just because they wanted to be able to say that they actually had that diploma.
And then they have to get a job where they bust their fucking ass and not make hardly any money, enough money to feed their kids or families and all that shit. No. And people say, well, you could do better. No, they can't do better because we were fucked from the get-go.
Yeah, and millennials were definitely fucked. And like I remember when I was in high school and I raised an eyebrow at college, like, why are we telling everyone to go to school? Like, you bring in that nuance. Not all college degrees are equal. Some degrees are definitely going to benefit you more in the job market. And you'd have adults that are like a generation above me, like shaking their head, like, no, that's stupid to say that not 100% of people should go to college. And it's like, well, your generation is now responsible for the student loan debt crisis. So fast forward 10 years, look what happened.
Yeah.
Violence, gangs. I assumed the worst. I thought for sure, this is it. I'm going to get assaulted, maybe even sexually assaulted. However,
that's fun.
Although the first day of prison was terrifying, as you can imagine, my actual experience inside of prison was very different than what everyone thinks it's like. See, my very first day of prison, I walked to my bunk, a triple-story bunk bed.
Yeah, he was fucked. That dude's a pussy. He was fucked from the get-go.
Damn. He's definitely a bottom.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like the
he was clipping Bubba's toenails. That's for damn sure.
Well, they're discussing like the triple like bunk bed system. Like that's what we previously mentioned. Like where it's like a sardine can. We're just taking like the human brain can only process 300 relationships, and we're taking like 1,200 people and cramming them into one setting, which leads to so much dysfunctional behavior, human rights violations, and so on and so forth.
Named Rat leaned over from the second bunk and said, Harley, this is the Bible. I want you to read it every day. It's going to help you get through this.
Oh, yeah, the Bible's going to help people out.
Just like he said, and it did help me. That's how I actually learned about religion. Mike, another guy in prison, said, I know you're a high school dropout. So am I. Let's take the GED and better ourselves. I passed the GED with high scores, and Mike even encouraged me to go to college, which I did. And James said, we have a library here. You should read as much as you possibly can. While I was there, I read over 56 personal development and business books. I decided that this was what I needed to change who I was so I could be a better person. And I was determined, when I got out of prison, I was going to be a productive member of society. However, when I moved to Columbus, Ohio, what I found was very different. What I found was rejection. Simple things we need, like food and shelter, were nearly impossible for someone who had made a mistake and paid their debt to society. I would go to apartment complexes and pay $35 to apply for an apartment just to have my $35 taken away.
I mean, this isn't just with our criminal justice system. This is also like I'm discussing with the narcissism epidemic. It's like he paid his debt to society. He made a mistake once. It's like you do something wrong on one occasion. I guess we can just bring that up whenever we're discussing this person to poison the well. And they're wrong on all occasions, because if you're not right 100% of the time, you must be wrong 100% of the time, like black and white thinking. It's just, and so many people think that way. It's like one example of somebody doing something stupid makes them a complete total dumb fuck. But when I make mistakes, it's not my fault because of other. What's that?
Oh, you said dumb fuck. I just had to say dirt. But go ahead.
Well, dirt is a dumb fuck.
Because of a mistake I made. And again, $35. And again, and $35 may not mean much to you, but to someone trying to rebuild their life after prison, it means a lot. And the same way with employment. Before college, during college, after college, jobs that I was qualified for and would interview for. But once I was honest about my past, they would not hire me. And as you can imagine, this is not just my problem, this is America's problem. 1 in 3 adults have a criminal record, 1 in 11 adults have a felony criminal record. This population faces a 27% unemployment rate. That's worse than the Great Depression. I was lucky enough to be able to get a good job. I worked very hard all through college, working to pay for my college, graduated with honors, had great letters of recommendation. After 3 dozen interviews and 35 rejection letters, finally someone took a bet on me. Not only did I take the job, I excelled. I was promoted within 7 months to supervisor, but while I was at my job with my benefits and my career trajectory and my paid vacation, a voice in the back of my head got louder and louder every day, saying, Harley, there are still 626,000 Americans being released from prison every year here in this country, and they're gonna face the same, if not worse, barriers that you had to face. And I couldn't accept that. I decided to leave my job to create a solution. My business partner and I created a fair chance online job board. Our mission is to help 1,000 employers adopt more background-friendly hiring practices and connect them with millions of ready-to-work job candidates. See, when you have a felony criminal record, looking for a job is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It could take 6 weeks, 6 months, even a year in some cases. Our goal is to bring that to 6 days.
And when you're looking for a job, how are you going to provide for yourself when you're currently looking for a job? You need the job to provide for yourself, and if you're not able to provide for yourself, how are you going to find that work?
That's actually a lie. Working in the restaurant industry, most of back of house, most of the waitresses, the female waitresses, even the bartenders too, have a felony. So yeah, there is no shortage if you're gonna look out. But that's only specific area that I grew up with, and I've been bartending for 6 years.
Up in here's a quote from Benjamin Franklin. That it is better 100 guilty persons should escape than that 1 innocent person should suffer, and a maximum that has been long and generally approved. And then this is William Blackstone. It is better that 10 guilty persons escape than 1 innocent suffer. I always felt that...
Trubisky's quote up there.
Huh? Yeah, that's me.
Trubisky's got a quote. He says, don't get butt fucked in prison. You should put that up there.
Yeah, unless you want it.
Well, hey, it's your fault for getting butt fucked.
Whoa.
If you spread your cheeks, it probably is.
And here we discussed this, the cognitive bias, where it's like, hey, like when we're creating these laws and making things so draconian and we're so unforgiving and unsupportive towards ex-felons, it's because, well, hey, it's their fault. Don't go to prison. And growing up, I mean, I know a lot of people on the left and the right, so it's not just people on the far right that have this attitude. I find a lot of Gen Xers, a lot of baby boomers, generations older than me, that seem to be their attitude. Like, you look at solitary confinement, it's like, wow, this is really fucked up. It's like, even if somebody robbed a bank, I wouldn't really want to see anyone in this situation. They're like, well, hey, don't go to prison. So we tried to get through this last stream, but the stream went down because of Shab.
Who?
Yeah. So, I mean, this is, your typical confirmation bias. I want X to be true, therefore it's true. You tell me Y, and I don't like Y, so I'm just going to basically discount it because I don't like it. And this gets into social reform. So in our society, like with our classism, and where the land without neighbors, narcissism on the rise, like in Maryland has the wealthiest middle class compared to any other state. So if you want an example of bougie, pampered, suburbanite culture, come to Maryland. And it's like we have the second highest level of academic attainment. And it's like we have like the fifth like largest population or average of like millionaires. So you do see a lot of people where it's like you discuss a lot of the fucked up elements of like society overall, not just in America, but across the globe. Just like all these human rights violations, and their attitude usually is like, oh no, it's not that bad. You talk about human nature, you talk about faults inherent with humankind and just deficits that those people have, and people deny it. Why? Because it's like I don't want it to be true, therefore it isn't true. So why fix the problem if there is no problem? So that's what they do. They ignore these issues. It's compartmentalism. Why would we invest in putting out a house fire? I don't like house fires. It's negative. So I'm just going to allow people to die. I'm going to allow this neighborhood to burn to the ground because I'm too selfish to acknowledge that, you know what, this issue exists. I'm not willing to address the fact that these kids don't have access to a quality education because I want to tell myself that, you know what, this is not a problem in our society. So why fix it? If there's a, like, and that's the point. People engage in willful ignorance because they want to live in their pampered suburban middle-class American bubble. And there's the just world hypothesis. The just world hypothesis, or just world fallacy, is the cognitive bias that presumes that individuals get what they deserve, that actions will have morally fair and appropriate consequences for those under scrutiny, thus resulting in many assuming that if one is on the receiving end of a misfortune or adversity, that one's own actions led to the deserved consequence. An example, one is in debt, therefore they must have engaged in careless spending, making poor financial decisions, resulting in their economic woes. So that homeless person, why give them some money? They're probably just going to spend it on drugs. It's because of their poor decisions engaging in that kind of activity. It's their own fault. Then you have the blank slate hypothesis. So this is where you see this with people on the far right. This is kind of like the attitude of like, everyone's born a blank canvas like a video game. The belief that most are born a blank slate implies that genetic factors play little to no role in one's development. Additionally, the belief implies that it is environmental factors and one's actions that result in one's status as an adult. The worldview is typically supported by the right and implies that most can be equally or equally as successful as long as they both apply the same level of effort. Hence, all are born with the same level of capability. So somebody's born with, like, let's take IQ, for example. It's like the data kind of shows that IQ is somewhat genetic. So it's like, okay, so a person with an IQ of 180 is like somebody who has an IQ of 80 has the same capability as somebody with an IQ of 180. So here we have deep divisions, how an unequal society is. So it shows that pretty much the wealthier you are, the more fair you think society is. And this is like the illusionary optimism. And the data does show that people who have a greater level of intelligence when they're quizzed, they actually have a more accurate depiction of how the world really is. So when they're asked questions on wealth inequality worldwide, how many people are living in destitute, people with lower intelligence in developed parts of the world tend to drastically underestimate how fucked up the world is and what the current level of development is. And the data also shows that they also have poor theory of mind. So like we mentioned, understanding just how people naturally think. Are people naturally violent? Are people naturally tribal? It's usually people who, it's the Dunning-Kruger effect. The less people know about human nature, the more they think they know about human nature. And a lot of people tend to think that the human brain is much more fluid and human beings have much more control over their own personality and their own character than what's the case. So a lot of people ignore just how much of the human brain comes down to just neurochemistry and neurophysics. People don't have the ability to mold themselves and their liking as much as many would presume. And this is where psychology, a lot of people like to discount it. Like, hey, psychology isn't a real science. When psychologists say that, hey, human beings are somewhat innately biased towards those who are different, we're going to ignore it because we don't want to believe that that's true. So here's a video from Vox.
I think most Americans believe that after you commit a crime and pay your debt to society, the punishment ends. You have the chance to rebuild your life and get a fresh start. But the reality is much harsher. We punish people with criminal records long after they've paid their debt to society, and we all suffer for it. Even simply being accused of a crime is just the beginning of perpetual punishment. A cycle of legalized discrimination, poverty, and reincarceration, a cycle kept in motion by 47,000 laws and regulations nationwide that restrict critical rights and opportunities. After contact with the criminal justice system, millions of Americans are denied employment and housing, denied college educations, excluded from public benefits, separated from their children, deported despite being legal residents, and deprived of the right to vote. These restrictions trap the poor and people of color in invisible cages that extend far beyond prison walls and criminal courts. Cages that lead to a lifetime of obstacles that undermine even the most earnest efforts at rehabilitation and redemption. Cages that send the message, you will never be a part of society again. This is not some isolated problem.
And like we saw those quotes earlier from like Benjamin Franklin, who's one of our founding fathers. It's like we're clearly not abiding by what many of the founding fathers wanted. So we're kind of going in the opposite direction.
5% of all incarcerated people will return home at some point. Each year, more than 600,000 people are released from jails and prisons. That's roughly the population of Boston or Seattle. Millions more are completing non-jail sentences like probation, community service, or fines. As reentry specialist at Brooklyn Defender Services, a public defense firm representing 45,000 clients per year, I work on the front lines to help people with criminal histories overcome their past and navigate the obstacles of their present so they can build a sustainable future. I try to help folks take responsibility for their own lives, but it's hard to do when the outlook is so bleak. Even for low-level offenses and misdemeanors, the aftermath of one individual's experience with the criminal justice system ripples out to entire families and neighborhoods and gets passed down from generation to generation. The result, more poverty, more crime, more incarceration. I see Javon, an 18-year-old young man who cannot live with or even visit his family and cannot find an affordable apartment because he was convicted of gun possession and banned from all public housing. I see the dangerous shelters and street corners where he'll sleep. I worry about what he's going to have to do to survive, how long it will be before he's back behind bars. I see how society loses when Judy, a 58-year-old grandmother charged with a misdemeanor, is fired after her arrest and barred from her lifelong profession as a home health aide. Unable to work, she's faced with eviction and can't support her family. When Malik, a 26-year-old father, is denied the opportunity to further his education because of the mistakes of his past, I think about how he and so many others are set up.
Yep, and we discussed this, like that kind of poison the well, just world fallacy. Like, hey, this person made a mistake on one occasion, so they are that mistake. They are their criminal record. You are wrong in one scenario, so therefore you're wrong in all scenarios. So we can never give people a second chance because, like I said, people, the Dunning-Kruger effect, people think they're far more competent than they actually are. And the data shows people tend to think in black and white. So they tend to ignore that being wrong once doesn't mean you're wrong 100% of the time.
Up to fail. How a conviction on a rap sheet is only a snapshot of a moment in time, when all of us are dynamic, changing over time. The criminal justice system disenfranchises these men and women, preventing them from growing, from truly being free. I am among the very few fortunate enough to be living a second chance. 3 decades ago, I was involved in a crime that took the life of another human being. I spent over 24 years in prison for my role in that reprehensible crime. While incarcerated, I had the chance to participate in a pilot program offered to only 15 inmates that allowed me to pursue a formal education. Upon release, I found an employer willing to look beyond my criminal record, one that saw the hard lessons I learned in prison as an asset, not a liability. Affording people a real opportunity to re-enter society isn't just good for individuals and families. It's good for all of us. Meaningful re-entry increases productivity, reduces poverty, and saves money. Most importantly, it makes us safer by eliminating the circumstances that perpetuate cycles of crime and punishment.
And that's something else people ignore. It's like not only is it like people who are assholes who only care about money, it's cheaper for them overall, but it's also makes society safer overall because people are much less likely to commit crimes in the future. So it lowers the crime rate astronomically.
People already get punished harshly by the system, but they shouldn't receive a second sentence that makes discriminating against them legal for the rest of their lives. By restoring full rights of citizenship to people after they've been through the system, we can start to end the cycle of perpetual punishment. We can start to abolish the justice trap.
And you have the other saying, like, everyone gets a life sentence in America.
Albert has been a Crip since age 12. He's one of the first generations of the Los Angeles-based gang, a group known as the original baby gangsters. His
We were
seniority
talking about Crips the other day.
puts him near the top of the Crips' national hierarchy.
Shab's got a blue shirt. Shab always talks about how when he was a kid, he always dreamed about being a Crip.
Here in Lebanon, he runs a criminal syndicate of roughly 50 men. They compete with a dozen other gangs to financially exploit the inmates. The Crips' rackets include extortion, gambling, and drugs.
Well, that's the life of a convict. You got to survive in this institution, and basically survive when you're not free is by all means. Any and everybody that ain't your friend is your enemy. You got to eat.
The gang leader is constantly on the lookout for new inmates. They offer Albert an easy opportunity for extortion.
So they're creating their own little society in prison. And once again, like throughout pretty much all of human history, society only consisted of like 300 people. The brain can only really process 300 relationships. So there's like 1,000 people crammed in one building. So now it's like they pretty much have to create their own little makeshift society within a society.
Reveals his technique for shaking them down.
A guy comes in, I'll take him, when they call chow, I go down into a cell, ask him, homie, you going to chow? He's like, yeah, cuz I'm going to chow. And I walk the chow with him, let him know I'm there.
After offering friendship and protection, then he turns the screws. Albert will take the inmate into a cell or empty stairwell and demand payment, money, gifts, or service. If he refuses, it gets ugly.
I say it with aggression, with my face.
And I mean, we were watching this in like the previous stream where it's like in developing countries, this is what's going on, where it's pretty much the guards are just there with rifles to keep them inside the prisons, and it's pretty much the criminals police themselves. So we're one of the most developed countries on the planet, and yet we have the same kind of structure that you're seeing in like countries in like Honduras or Kenya.
Expression, and basically I go in with no shirt on and my gloves in my pocket so he'll see him. If you know he's soft, slap him or just grab him by his throat, choke him for a good 10, 12 seconds, and he'll come around.
Many new inmates don't realize they're prey until it's too late.
How long do you think Shab would last in prison?
2 minutes.
Yeah. Pimp would fuck him up.
What about John Morgan?
3 minutes.
No, I think I'd find a way to manipulate the guards to release me within the first few days. I'd become friends with the warden, and
you wouldn't.
The warden would give me like I'd
No,
be in
you can
prison
make
for
friends
10
on the outside. How you gonna make friends on the inside?
Yeah, dude, I bet everybody in the prison would hate Gene. The warden would hate Gene. Everybody would be like, that pedantic motherfucker again. Shut up in there, Gene. Stop telling us the definition of shit in there, Gene. Shut up.
I would do my warden's taxes like in the Shawshank Redemption, and I'd get I'd get him to like parole my sentence. I'd get like
no.
I don't know, like 9 years and 11 months and like 2 weeks off.
You'd annoy everybody in there. You get stabbed in like 5 minutes just from being pedantic.
Yeah, the pedantic shanking.
Yeah.
Or what?
They'll be like stabbing you, and you're like, that doesn't look like a proper knife. I think I can.
By the way,
what's that?
Today's my mom's birthday, and you did not buy her a gift. You
what a jerk! I hate Gene.
What? I've been really had my hands tied with a lot of other financial.
Now you should pay my rent.
Well, tell her we said happy birthday.
I appreciate that. Why are you talking like that?
What's that?
Why do you talk like that?
Who, me?
Yeah.
He's the Rick and Morty guy. You haven't seen Rick and Morty, Pet Monk?
I'm not that intelligent.
Did you know you need a really high IQ to comprehend Rick and Morty? Did you know that?
And I have an IQ of 3, John.
Yeah. Well, that's a meme associated with that show.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You got all kind of stuff. People beating up people for commissary. You got people beating up people for their finish dues. You got people just sodomizing people, just going rambunctious. Someone comes in and is kind of scared or hesitant and stuff like that, shy, he's gonna get turned out. Chances are real high, he's gonna get turned out. They rape him, go in there and rape him. And guys sometimes commit suicide because of that.
Now we're discussing prison rape, and there are more male rape victims in America than female rape victims because of prison rape alone.
To all my family that
John,
I knew,
is that what you get off to? Is that what you watch at the end of the night? This kind of video?
What, videos of human rights violations?
No. Just prisoners getting,
No, I don't know why you would your mind would go there, Crow.
Oh, it goes everywhere.
You can't live life being mistreated, lied, and stolen from, and most of all being hurt. And most of all mean being behind bars when I say being hurt.
We had about 2 minutes on conversation.
That mattress or cot, that did not look very comfortable.
Looks like a
And
cheese
he
grater.
was coming home. And he said, Mom, I'm emotionally and mentally destroyed. That's the last time I really ever heard his voice.
The physical exam and the records did document that there were tears in the anus at certain times. They usually call it at 10 o'clock or 2 o'clock, given as a diagram of a clock. Even though it was documented, it was just covered over as if it never happened.
I found forgiveness for those who have hurt me in my life, which has been a very short one, only 17 years.
Well, Rocky, he was a really small stature person. He probably didn't weigh 105 pounds at the most. I'll never forget his face and his eyes.
I mean, holy shit. So, this is probably why we shouldn't, we should separate non-violent prisoners from violent prisoners.
The sweetest face. And he smiled.
Agreed.
He smiled a lot.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in the prison, there's a hierarchy.
I mean, that's more of the, like, problem with, like, the lack of empathy in America. Like, it's just, hey, it's their fault for going to prison. And, I mean, like, once again, there's so many people where you talk to them and these are, like, kind of like your average shows in America where they kind of sit there and it's like they're indifferent towards people being raped and just really brutally assaulted because they went to prison. And then their kids do something stupid. That's one of the things, like the apathetic Karen and Kevin parents and their upper middle class, bougie, suburban middle class American bubble. They're going to sit there, and when their kid gets in trouble, now all of a sudden they want to do everything they can to keep their kid out of prison because they know that U.S. prisons are cesspits of human rights violations. But they don't care when poorer people, when their kids go to prison.
Pecking order. There are those that they call the haves and the have-nots. Rodney would be considered a have-not.
I'm very sorry to end my life this way, but if I don't do this, someone will. I'm saying I'd rather die of my own free will than be killed. That's why I must do this.
If I remember correctly, this trash can, we have taught it was. It might have been right there, but I think
I do know you're more likely to kill yourself in America than you are to be a victim of homicide. So, I don't know. Maybe, like I said, the problem with us being the land without neighbors, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, people hit rock bottom, that's it. Maybe that has something to do with our high suicide rates.
it's been moved.
It has
I think
been
it's a
moved
little
right
closer up. I mean, we had flames come out of the trash can that, I would say at least 10, 15 feet high from different chemicals poured in and it's lighting it. You know, it barely been burnt. It matter of minutes they had it out. But it's the fact of what little things you can do that can still have you put to prison. You know, misdemeanor arson, where did it get us? You know, it was funny the time being, but where did it get him today? I mean, it's just hard to sit here and look at this and realize this is probably one of the last spots I actually seen him at was in that yard.
A kid like that.
And everyone gets a life sentence, so we're people who go to prison for like nonviolent crimes are there, and their lives are taken away some way or another. Either they're put in that like perpetual cycle of having to go back to prison by going down a life of crime, or they commit suicide because of how fucked up the conditions are.
Shouldn't have been in prison, but because of the judicial system, we're sending a lot of young, troubled kids to the joint because they don't know what else to do with it. The classification system, if it had been running appropriately, should have kept him out of a cell or out of an environment where a guy would sodomize him.
I think he was desperate, and unfortunately in this case,
I mean, and then this goes into like our mental health care system as well. So we discussed social aid with like the homelessness and stuff, not being able to find proper education. Then you get into like people who have issues with mental health, like do they have access to proper treatment? So then it's like mental health care, like healthcare in general, is expensive. They don't have access to like the social aid if they go to prison to get access to the care that they need in order to function in society.
case, there were people in this department I was in that were less than professional, to say the least.
And I mean, we discussed like the drug war and stuff. Like Clinton was the one behind three-strike policy. Nixon was behind like the drug war and everything. And Reagan, he was behind like the prison reform, like minimal sentencing act. But he was also like when he was Hinckley attempted to assassinate him. Reagan put all these policies in place to make it pretty much impossible for people to get more lenient sentences based on issues of mental health. So, like there's a very notable level of ableism there, like when it comes to like the Republican Party.
The psychologist said
it has almost never happened.
Yeah, if I had schizophrenia, if I had some serious case of bipolar disorder, and I did not have access to proper care, I'd be able to use willpower to function as if I didn't even have the psychiatric issue.
We came up and verified that the offense did take place, or if the offense, or if there was some sexual activity, there wasn't some consensual agreement involved. Now, I'm not saying that rape doesn't take place in the penitentiary, because it does.
You know, you see this pattern in some of the investigations that express this disbelief that a guy who did not want to have anal sex could be the victim of a rape. You know, that somehow, if it happened, it was because
What's that, Pim?
Nothing.
the guy wanted it.
State grievance, 12/21/95. I have been sexually and physically assaulted several times by several inmates. I'm afraid to go to sleep, to shower, and just about everything else. I'm afraid that when I'm doing these things, I may die in any minute. Please, sir, help me.
You were seen by the Unit Classification Committee on December 18, 1995, and your request for protection was denied unanimously. Unless you have new information to support your case for protection, your grievance is denied.
113/96.
Yep, denied. Who gives a fuck?
I fear that my life is in danger. I've been threatened, jumped, and nearly stabbed many of times. I request to be placed on protective custody.
You have been reviewed twice by the Unit Classification Committee. Both times your request for protection was denied. Unless you...
Ooh, Gotta love the bureaucracy in America. We reviewed your case, denied. Who cares? Next file, just throw it in the fucking trash.
You have information to present. Your request is still denied.
I called the ward. They asked the ward what was going on. What was he doing about it? And he wasn't doing nothing. He told me, he even told Rodney, learn to grow up. You're just a little boy. Learn to grow up. This happens every day. Learn how to deal with it. It's no big deal. And I've been told that so many times.
Even when I would ask him, I said, I'm trying really, really hard to get you some help. Can you hang on? He'd say, I'll try real hard.
P.S. I love you all. I wish I could be with you all. Spiritually, I am. Signed, Rodney Hewlin. I love you, Mom and Dad.
Well, hey, when you talk,
Sad.
yeah, when you talk about our institution, like in America, how fucked up a social institution is overall. Well, hey, like it's sad. So let's just ignore it and pretend that it doesn't exist, and let's not put any effort forward to try to create any sort of reform. And I think that's like the illusionary optimism that people create. They don't want to pay attention to stuff because it's fucked up and it's depressing. So pretending that problems don't exist is the same thing as making problems go away.
This podcast is brought to you by Al Jazeera.
Healthcare's forgotten patients. Millions of Americans left to languish in prison or survive.
That video is not a podcast. I don't know why it said that.
Without treatment on the street. As the nation struggles to reform healthcare, who's fighting on behalf of the mentally ill in America? And is anyone in Washington listening? These are the dark ages for people who are severely mentally ill. Be helped. They're psychotic, delusional, and often paranoid. But to understand how people with mental illness can make up more than half the U.S. prison population, you need to start here, in the nation's parks, bus stations, and streets. Homelessness has become a part of the landscape, and nearly...
So they make up more than half of the prison population, but hey, mental illness is no excuse for bad behavior.
Every major city in America. But if you look closely at the individuals forced to live on the street, it's often more than just poverty.
And I mean, like somebody like me, I don't have any sort of serious mental illness, but I've discussed, like, I have OCD. And when I was a little kid, and I had really bad OCD, like when you're a 4-year-old, your brain doesn't work the same way your brain works as an adult. You don't have the level of mindfulness, you don't have the level of self-control. So I dealt with a lot of adults when I was a kid, and kids with mental illness are at a greater level, a much greater level of abuse. So imagine something like OCD, where it's not autism, it's not bipolar disorder, it's considered to be far more benign, but you're a kid where it's just, you get stuck, you can't get unstuck. You get caught and you're like obsessive acts. And it's like, well, hey, a 5-year-old with OCD is supposed to just not have OCD. They're supposed to use just willpower and snap their fingers and function perfectly fine. So you can just beat the mental illness out of the kid. So
well, and most OCD kids, or autistic kids, are just traded around in foster homes.
Yeah, but growing up with this, like a condition like elements of OCD where it's like Tourette's, you can't help it. You do deal with assholes that are like that, where it's like, if I was a 7-year-old kid with OCD, I would be able to use willpower and turn it off like a light switch, because that the science says that that's the case. And this is another example of confirmation bias. You get into the realm of mental health and mental illness, and the brain is an organ made up of chemicals, cellular tissue, just like all the other organs in your body. It's empiricism, and people don't like that. They don't like the fact that, you know what, there's empiricism to the brain, and people want to believe that humans are souls and not machines. They don't like the fact that it's not your soul and your willpower that makes you who you are. So they don't like the fact that, you know what, if they had a brain tumor, would they be able to just snap their fingers and function perfectly fine? Would they be able to turn it off like a light switch? And you do see that a lot, where they would be willing to allow people to be punished when they know damn well, if you ask people that, are you telling me the science says that that's reasonable? If a child has that condition, you can expect them to just function as if they don't have it. And there's this awkward silence. They can't honestly say that, but they ignore it and tap dance around it, because their ideal worldview of people having complete and total free will and not bound by any sort of neuroscience or neurochemistry, that's more important to them. So let's allow people to be abused, because my rainbows and sunshine worldview is more important to me
Hey,
than the
John.
reality. What's that?
I hate to do this to you, buddy. My damn shoulder's killing me. I'm gonna have to go.
It's cool.
Yeah, I'll be better next time. I appreciate you.
Thanks for coming. And we've gone for over an hour, so
Yeah, I blame John. I blame Sabisky. He's a bitch.
What?
Yeah.
I'm the greatest.
Now I'm stuck with Shab and Dirt.
Let them talk, John. Give them a chance. You really don't give them chances to talk. I've
Well,
noticed that tonight.
I think if you watched some of the previous streams, I'll ask Shab, like, what do you think about that, Shab? And I can't get a...
Yeah, but don't ask Shab, because Shab don't know shit. Ask like Dirt and Crow. Shab don't give a fuck.
I don't know. Shab's hit or miss. There are streams where he'll go on and he'll add a lot, and then there are streams where every time I ask him, it's like what? Poop and pee?
Poop and pee is important, Shabisky.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Yeah.
Good night, Vista.
Good night, Grandma. Gene, poop and pee.
No one knows exactly what percentage of the homeless suffer from mental illness. Some advocacy groups estimate the number could be as high as 80%. It's a sad reality that for many leads to eventual confrontations with the law.
And that was something like in the 70s when they shut down a lot of psychiatric institutions. And like at the time prior to the 70s, like you had electroshock therapy, lobotomies, and so forth. It's like, it's black and white. It's just when people started criticizing it because of how inhumane the treatment was, they just kind of cut funny to it altogether and completely kind of, I guess there wasn't some kind of reform or changing the system. They just completely abolished it. And then you had all these people that pretty much need to be in some kind of psychiatric care facility are just left on the streets with no care or aid.
Houston, Texas, the fourth largest city in America, has one of the nation's largest homeless populations. Incidents across the country where police officers have shot and killed mentally ill individuals have forced law enforcement here to rethink their approach.
You know, as years passed, we decided to take advantage of the resources in the community, specifically in the mental health community. And now we are much more professional in our response, in that we realize that jail is not the answer.
To see how this new program works, Fault Lines followed some of these specially trained teams into action.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Houston's home to the nation's largest CIT unit. CIT stands for Crisis Intervention Teams. The program partners cops with mental health clinicians.
It's not trying to get anybody on the spot whatsoever, but what we're trying to do is help. We want to make sure you're okay, all right? We see
Steve Augustine is a CIT officer with 15 years in the Houston Police Department.
Okay, look, I'm just going to make sure you don't have any weapons on you, okay? You okay, all right? I'm not your enemy, okay? I'm not going to...
Chab, do you think a guy like this should probably just be on the streets?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him.
I like how they're doing what they actually should, but I don't think. I think I think I said it before. They should be a cop and a social worker for stuff like this.
Hospital. Just a safety measure, okay?
This man was found by the police wandering through traffic on a downtown street.
Obviously, he's in crisis, so we're gonna take him down to MPC, and MPC is basically gonna get him stabilized, all right? And then basically later on, they take him to the hospital, and then probably released out so he can, start life over again.
Starting over may be tougher than it seems. This man may be headed to a hospital today, but too often public hospitals are underfunded and overcrowded, meaning that...
Oh yeah, and then they're going to charge him for the service, and I don't think they're. I think they're going to have a difficult time actually paying off the charges.
They offer any psychiatric services at all. It's only for the short term.
We'll let the window down so it won't be so hot, okay?
Meanwhile, long-term stay facilities have all but disappeared over the years. Fewer than 40,000 Americans currently reside in psychiatric hospitals, while according to the Department of Justice, 30 times that number, a whopping 1.25 million mentally ill, are serving time in U.S. jails and prisons.
If we had the same number of people in the state psychiatric hospitals today, based on population, as we had 40, 50 years ago, there would be over 1 million people in the state mental hospitals.
Is it fair to say jails are the new asylums?
Oh, there's no question jails are the new asylums. As I mentioned, I have tried to find a single county in the United States. We have over 3,000 counties in the United States where the hospital still has more mentally ill people than the jails. In every county that I can find, the jail has more mentally ill people than the hospital.
That's a wonderful system.
Is no exception.
Now, mentioning like just how people who live in pampered suburbanite land, naive romanticism, you discuss our mental health care system, and they'll sit there and be like, oh, no, it's fine. Like, oh, no, like special education, helping kids that need it. Like, oh, no, like everything works the way it should work. Systems in place, therefore it needs to be in place. Things should work, therefore they do work.
130,000 inmates a year pass through these cells, and the jail has recently made significant changes to improve conditions for the mentally ill. At any given time, it doses 2,500 inmates with psychotropic drugs, making it the largest mental health facility in Texas.
If you're in jail, generally, it's not a great bargain. I mean, jails are not something you sign up for on it. If you're in jail and psychotic, where you're hearing voices, where you're delusional, it's a living hell.
A hell that's all too familiar to mother of three and inmate Shannon Holton.
I have post-traumatic stress disorder, OCD, schizophrenia, insomnia.
Shannon was arrested on charges of drug possession.
When I'm off my medication, that's what my psychiatrist told me, that I self-medicate when I don't take my medicine.
This is her 26th time behind bars.
I can't handle it. I can't handle it. It's just real loud.
Now,
It's
schizophrenia is one of those conditions where there's a lot of misconception. People don't know how debilitating that is because people think that schizophrenia is just hearing voices, seeing things that aren't there. So hallucinations, delusions. That's not true. That's just one element of it. And there are a lot of symptoms of schizophrenia that are really like people can become just catatonic from schizophrenia, where they can't even get out of bed in the morning, and people find them just in bed in a pile of their own waste because of how serious it is. There are people who have schizophrenia where it causes like disorganized thinking, where they can't even form a sentence, it's word salad, so they can't even articulate their thoughts. They can't even like make a bowl of cereal because of how scattered and disorganized their thinking is when they're in like a state of psychosis. So the CDC classifies it as like one of the top 10 most debilitating conditions in the country. And this is where it's like, it's one of those conditions where some people are just too disabled where maybe they can't work full time. They can't work 9 to 5. So even people who aren't disabled, we don't give people a livable wage. So then you have conditions like this where it's like, hey, they're not in a wheelchair. They're not in an iron lung. So I guess they're just lazy, not pulling themselves up by the bootstraps. And like when you research a lot of psychiatric disorders, it's like, yeah, like with the right treatment, they can be working, providing for themselves. Schizophrenia is an incredibly debilitating condition. And it's just another example of just like a lack of awareness when it comes to this stuff. And we discussed our educational system. Maybe people should know a lot more about these health issues that a lot of people deal with than something like how to find the area in a right triangle. Because I think more people are going to come across situations where this would benefit them more than that.
And that's why I said that there should be a police officer and a social worker, and not, you know, another cop coming up and like, oh, we got a crazy person.
And I mean, like me, it's like, well, they'll call them correctional facilities, but I mean, that's what it should be. And I mean, like rehab, whether it's a mental institution, whether it's a prison, it's like, have things divided out where you have, and I know some of them probably do it to like this way to some extent, but have the parts that are there to give people rehabilitation when it comes to drugs. Have the parts of the facility that are there, like some kind of like campus or section that's there for the people who have certain psychiatric issues. It's like break things down and really address like which people need which specific type of help, instead of taking people who have mental illness, drug issues, people who are white collar criminals, people who are violent criminals, just cramming them all into one setting. And it's like, just have them work the slave labor for McDonald's, and there you go.
chaos, fighting, all of that. I mean, I have a really bad anxiety disorder where I pull my hair out when my anxiety gets real high, and it's real hard to deal with for me.
Life is no easier for Andre Bonnier. He's illiterate and has been living on the streets for the last 15 years. He's in jail here.
And illiteracy, so 1 in 7 Americans are illiterate because of how wonderful our educational system is.
Yeah, I've been diagnosed with schizophrenic.
And I mean, this goes back to narcissism and stuff. When people think of that, like over half of our population reads and writes at or below an 8th grade level. And a lot of people look at that, especially in these communities, like in a lot of these like internet Discord communities with a lot of neckbeards. It's like, oh, they must be stupid. They must be idiots. But it's like, maybe it's because of how fucked up our society is, and maybe just branding people as dumb fucks for having issues with literacy is not the right way to go.
Well, there is a, I don't know if it's still going on, but in Britain, there is a show that wide range of age that teaches people that are illiterate, you know, basic alphabet, basic spelling, stuff like that. We don't fucking do that because we're fucking lazy.
Well, here's the thing. Apparently, our level of illiteracy isn't really that different compared to other countries. Like, apparently, most countries, even like Japan, South Korea, Norway, Denmark, it's not that much better. And it's almost like one interesting thing is you think of like spoken language. Human beings evolved to use spoken language. It's just some kind of natural, like, kind of utility that people have. So being able to articulate your thoughts, something that people acquired through evolution, but reading is not some kind of natural kind of activity. So maybe that's why a lot of people aren't that good at it. And there's this one condition called Ehrlich syndrome. Do you know what that is?
That's a new word for me.
That is where people get eye strain from reading. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that the typical font on like the black font on a white background, most people, the selective attention visually, they just have a difficult time focusing on the individual words and the individual text. And that's a third of people out there. And the reason is because people did not evolve to read. So there's a large percentage of people where there are a lot of just natural things, like just visual factors that make it difficult for them. And we like to look at reading as if it's something that's like dichotic with intelligence. And it's like, well, there are a lot of natural kind of innate factors that the science has kind of shown that makes it difficult for a very large percentage of the population to read efficiently. And it's like, if I didn't have glasses, I wouldn't be able to read. And I mean, I don't think you find glasses growing on a bush like out in the wilderness. So it's like that's a problem. And like there are these schools where they've taken kids that have issues reading, and it's things like they'll take these red laminated sheets and put them over the book, and then the kids are able to read efficiently, and the kids, like their level of literacy increases like 2-3 grade levels in the span of just several months once they apply that technique. So there are these weird, like, I guess, like, what is it, like OT kind of techniques that they could use that, like, drastically improve a child's level of literacy. And that's something and we're taking, like, hundreds of kids, cramming them in one classroom, expecting them to all learn the same way. And there's very, like, kind of, like, empirical things like that people don't even think about that interfere with people's level of literacy.
Mental retardation, mental disturbed, but my brain's abnormal too, you know, at times. My brain gets abnormal.
When he got here a week ago, he was a completely different person from what you were able to see today.
It's like, you know, because I haven't had my nerve pills, my nerve medication, you know.
He was extremely aggressive, so aggressive that he had to be brought directly over from processing. Had been off his meds, was combative, threatening, hostile, throwing feces, really in a regressed state, very, very out of control. And it took a couple of days of getting him back on his medications for him to kind of mellow out and come back to the person that he is.
Well, hey, when he engaged in all those behaviors and he was off his medication, that's no excuse. Having a condition is no excuse. So when he's able to function, when he's on the medication and he doesn't do that, well, when there's people with psychiatric disorders and they act out because they're having an episode, take that behavior from the episode and hold it over their head. That those scenarios of them acting out, that's just them overall throughout the entirety of their lives. And if I had the same condition, I would go every moment of every day, never engage in the kind of behavior that is ubiquitous with pretty much everyone who has these conditions.
With assaulting a family member.
So basically treating him like a dog.
No, essentially people being narcissistic scumfucks because they're too, and that's the thing, it's confirmation bias, illusionary optimism. I find that a lot of people are too insecure to acknowledge that, hey, if I had the same condition, I'm full of shit if I claim that I would not engage in the same kind of like behavior. So
well, he is actually throwing shit. Do you think if you had that problem, would you still be throwing shit?
Well, he was going through an episode of psychosis. So yeah, I think if I had a condition that calls psychosis, I'm not going to sit there and say that like a lot of people have psychosis when they do things where they'll like strip down in the nude and they're engaging violence and things like that. I'd say I'm a giant asshole if I say that. Oh, I'd never do that. And I think that's the thing. People are too insecure. Like you have like these narcissistic scumfucks that don't want to believe that if they had that condition, they'd find themselves doing the same thing. You'll ask, what's that?
Whenever Gene is mocking people's ideas, he sounds like he's saying those ideas. So that's what Drunken was just confused about there. He was trying to argue against what you were mocking because you don't make a mocking tone at all or nothing. It just sounds like you're saying those thoughts. Like this is what I believe. I'm John.
I think we went through this before. I don't know.
I have monotone voice syndrome.
I wonder how many people just randomly watch the stream and hear you talking like that, and they're like, "What a fucking idiot!" God,
that's the
what
thing,
a
though,
bigot piece of shit.
The delivery is perfect, honestly, because it's like he sounds dead ass, but like the general understanding is that the words themselves are stupid. Thus, you're supposed to know it's not true, but the delivery is like dead ass.
Makes
like,
it sound like he thinks those things for sure. He's been doing that constantly this stream.
Oh, well, there's probably a lot of people that, well, to be fair, like, I probably should be more mindful of my little,
you need to make a squeaky voice when you're mocking them. Try it now.
Yeah.
Try it.
Talk like a southerner, John. That helps me.
Yeah, or make your voice deeper. You gotta change the tone in some sort of way. You gotta be like, I believe this. I'm stupid. Oh my god. Like, do that.
Do one of those squeaky chickens.
Oh my god, if I had this mental problem, I wouldn't throw feces. I'm way better than that. Ah. See, now people know I'm mocking them. See, Gene? Just I talk like a girl. Can you do a girl?
I don't think I can talk.
You can talk like a girl. Come on.
I don't think I have the ability to like, change my voice that way. Or...
It's Princess Peach.
Let's watch this guy fling his poop.
Plead and
No, I don't understand the plea and all that.
given the choice, would you rather be in a mental hospital or a jail or prison hospital?
I'd rather be in a hospital.
Well, I think this is intended to be a jail, not a treatment center. As much as we try, we create an environment, I think, that's as therapeutic as possible.
Here's the thing. Maybe there's nothing wrong with jails being treatment centers, but they're not treatment centers. That's probably the issue, is that they should be, in most cases, more treatment centers than facilities that are just there to punish people.
It's staffed with professionals. The security is a backup, but they're not the predominant caregivers in these cell blocks. But it's still not a hospital setting.
Andre's treatment has greater consequences than just his mental well-being. The jail is trying to prepare him for his trial.
We have to err to the conservative side and be as aggressive as we can to restore his competency so that he can participate in his own defense. And so it's very different to plead to a trespassing charge and serve a 3-day sentence and plead guilty to a very serious charge which could land you in prison for many years.
If that happens, Andre will be transferred to the Texas prison system, where inmate Charlie Brink, who's bipolar, says things get much worse.
What do you think about the treatment you're getting into? The medical treatment?
I think it sucks. I really don't think it's enough. I think people with mental illnesses should be, talked to more often, I guess, and see what's going on in their heads.
The Texas prison system has more than 150,000 inmates in 112 units across the state. This facility, the Luther unit, has only 2 psychiatric staff to handle more than 1,300 inmates. Charlie is serving a 7-year sentence for drug charges. He gets to see the doctor once every 6 months.
And you go into the room and you look at the big screen TV and he's there on the
Once every 6 months. I think a person that has serious psychiatric issues like schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, they should probably be seeing a specialist more than twice a year. They should probably be seeing them at least once a week.
The TV and he can see you.
But hey, that would be too expensive.
But it's just not the same as talking to someone in person.
While direct contact with the doctor may be rare, prescription medications seem to flow through the correction system without a problem.
Dibicol,
Respro,
Lexapro,
Gelon,
Dlive,
Neurontin,
Valproxen,
Thorazine,
Trazodone,
Lithium,
there's a long list.
Abilify.
Hydol.
I can't think of all the names.
That's it for now.
The Texas Department of Criminal Justice refused numerous requests to speak with fault lines on camera about its mentally ill population behind bars. These cases raise a difficult question for the criminal justice system. When the severely mentally ill break the law, should jail...
Now, some of those medications I haven't taken for psychiatric issues like with seizures like Lamictal and like Depakote. Those drugs like lobotomize you. So it's almost like pick your poison. It's like you don't have seizures, but they do give you brain fog and they make you feel really tired, very weak, very lethargic. So that's another issue. People who have these like psychiatric issues, it's like, okay, if they take medication, they don't deal with a lot of the symptoms of their conditions, but then there's the side effects of the medication where it's almost like showing up to work every day, like kind of intoxicated, where it's kind of hard to do your work properly when you're like drunk or high or whatever. It's like a lot of these medications, they do kind of really dumb you down and make you feel really tired and lethargic and groggy. So there's that. But hey, once again, most people, it's just that simple. It's take the medication and you don't experience any issues whatsoever.
Jails exist to help or punish them.
We see a huge level of need, and we don't have the ability to turn our backs. We have to address the issues that are here. The purpose of serve criminal justice needs, I think our purpose here is to provide treatment. And so we have to find that balance of providing treatment within this milieu. It's really not a therapeutic environment.
I don't know, to me, prisons for people like child molesters and rapists and murderers, it seems like we're not even treated like people here.
The Rosewood Center, near Baltimore, Maryland.
Baltimore.
Founded in 1888 as an asylum and training school for the feeble-minded, places like this one were later described by journalists as snake pits, often holding and medicating people against their will. Starting in the 1960s, these institutions fell victim to politics from the left and the right. Conservative politicians like California Governor Ronald Reagan were pressing for state budget cuts to reduce the size of what they call.
Now, here's the thing. In the United States, there are a lot of states where it's like, I believe 16 is the age where you can refuse medication. So if you're like a 14-year-old kid in America, there are a lot of states where they can hold you down and force you to take the medication.
The welfare state. At the same time, civil liberties groups began an aggressive
Don't we live in a wonderful world?
campaign against involuntary commitment, calling it a violation of patient civil rights.
So it was a very peculiar mix of strange bedfellows of some people from the far left, civil libertarians, some people from the far right saying, let's save money, we don't need to take care of these people, both of whom pushing at the same time, and that's how the hospitals got empty.
It ain't my problem.
Lawyers and politicians.
How's that for not serious?
Me and Tommy need to do IRL streams
treated as
where we go to
outpatient,
like abandoned places, like abandoned insane asylums and stuff like that, and go look through them. Oh, that'd be so cool. Are you excited for that, Gene? You know Tommy's
do some
Tommy's
IRL
coming
streaming.
Yeah, with Tommy, he's moving out here.
Damn.
He's moving out
Are you gonna-
here, and we're gonna do stuff together and kiss.
Damn, are you gonna be doing a lot of streams with Tommy?
Yeah, we're gonna do IRL streams and stuff.
Damn, I need to move to like Vegas.
We're gonna do cool guy stuff.
The whole idea behind deinstitutionalization turned out to be very well-meaning, but a disaster because the plans were not made for what was going to happen to the people when they left the hospitals. Now we've opened up the hospitals, let everybody out, and now they're all on your inner cities and your towns and on the streets and the homeless shelters and in the jails and prisons. We're much more aware of them now because they're living in the community. It's a major black mark, and I think the whole deinstitutional movement is going to go down in history as one of the great social disasters of the 20th century.
Madam Speaker, the President of the United States.
It's already gone down. One of the big disasters of the 20th century.
For months now, the debate over healthcare has dominated the domestic agenda, reaching fever pitch in September when the president took his case to Congress.
I'm not the first president to take up this cause, but I am determined to be the last.
Advocates say mental illness has been conspicuously absent from conversation.
I mean, out of all the presidents we've seen so far, like Clinton, like Nixon, Reagan, I mean, he's definitely lesser of all the fucking turds. But he, like what you see right there, presidents like just telling people what they want to hear and not telling people what they need to hear. It's like, how is he going to follow through with all that? It's like, he's president. He's got his hands tied through Congress. I think a president, if they really wanted to be honest, they'd be like, listen, I'm the president. I don't have this power and authority. This is what I'd like to do, but I can't do this unless you hold your congressmen accountable. They're the ones that write the fucking laws. I can't write the laws. They're just going to veto those bills if I want to pass those fucking bills. I'm just one like cog in the system. And I think presidents don't do that. And there's so many people that are like bitching like, oh God, how come these presidents haven't done this? Biden hasn't done this politician hasn't done this. Maybe it's because they fucking can't. And they're making promises that they do not have the authority or the power to actually follow through with.
There's almost no discussion of the mentally ill in those discussions on it. It's low on the priority list. I mean, how many legislators have we had in Washington who say, I am really going to defend the rights of the severely mentally ill? The mentally ill as a block don't vote, and they certainly don't have...
Yeah, and all these like presidents say, I'm going to do this, I want to do this. It's like they don't have the power, the resources to do so. And I mean, maybe they should start... I don't know, like, if I was a president, I would be like trying to like use social media and like use my platform to advocate for people to pay more attention to their local and state government. It's like, why don't they try to educate people more on just how little fucking power the president really has over the life of the average fucking American? They don't like, the president has a lot of influence when it comes to making like trade deals with other countries and whether they are going to have like military whether they're going to have troops occupying this part of the globe and that part of the globe. But the president deals more with like affairs going like that are external to the borders. So it's just people always look at like the president is the person to fix like all of these like internal issues in our country, and they ignore the fact that like that's really not what the executive branch of the government is really supposed to do or what they're really capable of.
Money, and they don't contribute $100,000 to your senator's campaign on.
Instead, the administration has been touting the so-called parity legislation, which requires private insurance companies to cover mental illness.
So I am a supporter of the idea of mental health parity, where insurance companies have to provide basic coverage for basic health care needs.
The critics point out people who are homeless or in prison often don't have access to insurance, and the legislation doesn't address the real problem.
The number of severely mentally ill people who will be helped by the parity bill, which everyone thought was wonderful to pass, probably I can count on the fingers of one hand. It's going to have very, very...
And the bill, so the presidents can help promote bills, but like once again, like they can veto the bill, and even if they veto a bill, it can still go back to Congress and get like 3/4 votes and then go over their heads. So it's like, what's more, that's Congress. Why don't people pay attention to their like representatives and their senators? And then there's also state laws. So people ignore the fact that, you know what, there are a lot of states that provide certain services, like when it comes to like more affordable healthcare and education compared to others. So a lot of people don't understand how much like influence their state politicians have over their day-to-day life.
Very little effect on the seriously mentally ill.
Catherine Power is the director of the Center for Mental Health Services. She's the highest-ranking federal official responsible for protecting the interests of the mentally ill. Why do you think we have so many people with mental illness in prison rather than in hospitals?
I have a very small program. My jail diversion program is a $10 million program. That's not a very big program. And a $10 million program, we can fund perhaps 5 or 6 communities in the United States. We have much more demand than we do actual resources. And what happens is that we make those arguments to our bosses, and our bosses make those arguments to their bosses, and you end up receiving the appropriations that you receive. I don't think anybody's proud
She
of
talks
the fact that
weird.
mental illnesses are not getting all of those kinds of care. But I think we just have.
Why is she talking fast?
The way she moves her mouth and talks, it kind of reminds me of Donald Trump or something with it.
You're so...
It's something
so
about
judgmental,
listen to her talk and tell me it doesn't remind me like Donald Trump or something. I don't know.
Well, I mean, like in all fairness, like in like mental health care reform, it's like, let's say you live in a state like Maine.
Yeah.
Like people look at like the president and shit like that. It's like you could look at your governor in Maine and your politicians like in your town, in your city. You can write to these politicians, and these state politicians or local politicians are probably more likely to look at the stuff you write and send to them than your like congressmen. So it's like you might not be able to change much for people living in North Dakota, but you can definitely change how things are affecting you and your children and your grandchildren's children, like within your own state.
Have to look at resources and collaboration in a way that hopefully will be new and hopeful, and I believe that. I'm not here anyone or anything to try and overcome us when we're at one mind with God. Amen. Okay? On 3, the word is Jesus. 1, 2, 3, Jesus!
The Lord is Jesus!
Jesus is the solution.
I like how he
Texas.
said on 3, the Lord is Jesus, and then everyone's just like, Jesus!
Welcome back, guys.
They don't.
Stay ahead. There's some church volunteers to help you.
They're
Don't
so.
look to Obama or Biden or Trump. Look to Jesus. That's who you need to look
Why
to.
couldn't they take directions like that?
Less people need to write to their local politicians, and more people need to pray to Jesus. That's the problem.
There. Welcome back, man. The free world, brother.
Himself a former inmate with bipolar disorder, Bill trains volunteers to be the first point of contact.
We're brothers, man. Okay, look, you want to go down here? Here's the first stop sign.
Offering a hand of support for newly released prisoners as they prepare to step out into the world. For some, just finding their way to the nearest bus station can seem like an impossible task.
Can I see your bus ticket? I want to make sure you know what's going on.
You guys ready to believe in bullshit with us? I'm
He's going
ready.
to Tyler, Texas, which means he'll get on the bus here and go to Dallas and wait for 2
Well,
hours.
they'll do this in like Alcohol Anonymous and so forth, like where it's pretty much a Christian rehabilitation program, and it's like I don't think Christianity is the way to address mental health, especially since what we discussed earlier with like the blank slate fallacy and people ignoring like the science of psychology. A lot of that does stem from religion, believing people are spirits and not machines, and you can just pray your mental illness away. You can just use willpower and pray and to get your soul to mold yourself into your liking. And it's like I think that's one of the really deleterious effects of religion. It does encourage that kind of conservative, everyone's born equally, and it's just your own willpower and your willing God that determines how competent you are.
15 minutes and catch the bus to Tyler.
Well, when I was in rehab, I have a little story. When I was in rehab, there was an alcoholic that his higher power, I don't know if I told the story, but his higher power was a broken fence post. And every day he would go up to that broken fence post and like pray or some shit like that. And like how does that work? How is that his higher power? Is this broken fence post? And I can't, like, I was in rehab once and I was just like, my dog's my higher power.
Yeah, I don't think people like that need to be told that there's a magical person in the sky and shit. Like so, I've been asked by people like, what bad does it do, religion and stuff? And it's like, here's one good thing, like, or one good example. That guy's sitting there all out of his fucking mind praying to a fence post, and we're going, yep, there's a God, but it's not the fence post. He's just up there. Okay, you're just. We're not telling them that it's not. None of that's real. We're not telling them the fucking truth and shit. We're just we're gonna keep them lost with thinking that there's a magical man watching him every day and stuff.
Well, it's also like with religion, it does like the data shows that 4 in 5 Americans fail at tests that measure critical thinking. It teaches people conform to this scripture, don't question what you're told. Appeal to tradition, appeal to institution.
People not to be a critical thinker. It teaches people to be the exact opposite. Like,
so what harm does religion do? Maybe that's harmful to society, teaching people not to think fucking critically.
Yeah, and like I said before, like personally, like that's when it comes to intelligence, that's the fucking thing that matters the most to me. That's the thing that I really respect the most is critical thinking, rather than just book smarts or whatever. And yeah, this country, you're looked at. It's weird when you're growing up and you're not believing in it. It's almost like you're a bad guy or something. It's almost like you're doing something wrong. Like like everybody, like if you tell people you don't believe, they're just. Why? Like whatever. Like you're the outlier. You're the weird one. Like it's seriously like almost like you're as if you're you're a bit of a bad person or something. The society looks at if you don't just conform and believe this bullshit.
And I mean, it's like everything we've looked at in this video, like when it comes to the right-leaning side of our politics, of hold everyone to the same level of accountability, appeal to tradition, a system's in place, therefore it needs to be in place. We like all the issues we discussed with our educational system, the lack of social aid, our prison system. Like a lot of it is systemic. From you look at America's history with religion and this old Catholic kind of culture, like our conservative, like the Republican government, that's essentially what it is. It's just this kind of do as I say, not as I do. You're not violent if you hit your kids because we've just decided that hitting kids is okay. And let's ignore the science. Let's like evolution, denying climate change, ignoring science, just believing what you want to believe. And that kind of, why do you believe that this is true? Why do you believe this is false? Just because. Nothing after because, just because. Appeal to tradition, appeal to these baseless ethics and principles I was spoon-fed as a kid. And that's what religion does, and that's why religion is so fucking harmful to society. And I mean, I could care less if people believed in an afterlife. I could care less if people believed that millions, billions of years ago, some supernatural being created reality. That's not really what pisses me off with religion. It's this appeal to doctrine. It's like, let's look at this book and not question it. Let's not question its origin. And we're not able to explain why this is okay. It's just, it's written on a piece of paper. Therefore, that makes it okay.
Like also, I said, look at this guy's fucking arm. And his fucking fingernails. Like, oh, if we didn't come from monkeys, why do I look like one?
Well, you mentioned denying evolution. Like denying evolution psychology. The brain is an organ that is a product of evolution.
I just want to grab his hand and like his chew is like they're getting out of hand. Don't you think, Gene? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm saying like you look at like environmental science and ecology, and it's like all animals have their instinctive behavior. I mean, when you look at human beings, like the in-group, out-group bias, like You have carrying capacity. Only so many species can share the same habitat, limited food, water, shelter, and space. So we know that like pretty much all animals, like lions, hyenas, chimpanzees, they're going to fight and war over territory. Only so many wolves can be in one pack. Only so many chimpanzees can be in one, like, what is it, troop? Only so many humans. You can only have like a few hundred humans in one tribe. So this attitude that human beings are not instinctively driven towards that tribal behavior. This is our side, that's your side. Saying that human beings aren't like kind of naturally drawn towards things like war and violence and so forth. It's like saying that human beings are not naturally violent. It's like saying that chimps aren't naturally violent. And when you start like discussing like evolution and how the brain is a product of evolution, and a lot of human behavior is just something that's implicit, it's just something that's instinctive, people like to ignore it. You get into like mental holistics, and people sit there and you talk about how like animals like bears and hyenas have instinctive behavior, and it's like, well, they're animals. But then human beings, it's like the neck down bias. Like people want to believe that human beings are souls and not machines. They want to believe that the brain is not an organ that's bound by empirical science.
Arrive in Tyler at 9:15 or 10 o'clock. Is that your mama?
Your mama?
All right. But fortunately, he found the phone number for his wife, and we called her, and she's going to meet him at the Dallas bus station, and he might make it. This young man.
Don't you hate this? Don't you hate that fake positivity with these fucking religious people? You're not that happy. Fuck you. Okay? I'm not falling for it.
I got the blood of Christ flowing through me, Sonny.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. Let me touch you. Let me touch your back. See you over there. See? Okay, we're going to go over there and talk about Jesus over there. Just go take a seat. Okay? We're neighbors now because we believe in Jesus. I all of a sudden give a shit about you because you believe in this shit too.
Wasn't God nice giving him that gut? Wasn't it nice of God where it's like foods that actually taste good are the ones that make you fat and are bad for your body, and it's the foods that really
It's not the blood of Christ. It's a Cabernet.
I mean that's the thing, isn't that like, isn't God an asshole? The fact that like the foods that are bad for us taste good, and the foods that taste kind of bland and are less of a delicacy and everything, those are the ones that are actually good for you. Don't you think God's kind of fucked up? Don't you think he's kind of a troll?
He's a prick.
Yeah. Don't have sex before marriage.
You know.
That feels fucking good. I'm not married.
Do you have something to say, Shab?
Well, I was just going to say, like, the other day I kind of thought, like, isn't it kind of weird in a world where, like, diseases are such a big deal and viruses and stuff like that, but yet, like, I don't know, probably most of the animals and things living on the earth have to eat other things to survive. Like,
because the woman ate the forbidden fruit.
Yeah. But isn't that just a horrible system? Like you see Cordova coming along and killing everything, but like, and it's like, it's definitely not helping the fact that like, it's definitely helping spread it being like a lot of, or it's helping spread things like that, for, at least being that most of the things on the planet eat each other to survive. You got to eat another being.
Kill you. Like, the universe is very hostile. It's like meteorites clashing into planets and stars devouring solar systems and everything. And a lot of it is like, hey, these particular chemicals, unlike chemicals that aren't living, are the ones that compete for life, where it's like they have to survive from like all of these like environmental hazards. And that's what life is. Life is literally being more efficient at not being killed or killing others before things kill you.
Or
but,
hiding from them the whole time,
yeah,
or something like that. It's all just a scary, yeah. But
and it's almost like human nature. A lot of elements of human nature, it like revolves around that of like kill or be killed. Like, you're in this environment where there's limited resources.
Survival of the fittest.
Yep, but people are gonna sit there and be like, "Oh no, they're like, human beings aren't naturally violent. Human beings did evolve to create weapons of war, even though there were Homo sapiens before humans. that created multifaceted tools of wars before humans.
My favorite thing is Ken Ham's creation
Banana.
museum.
Oh, huh.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's what's his butt?
I forget.
Ken-
It's the one that
What do you
who
mean?
did the banana thing. That's what I was just referencing. That he's trying to. There's the two guys that did the banana thing.
Yeah, Kirk Cameron and fucking what's it? I don't know the other guy.
Yeah, I don't remember
but-
the other guy's name.
Ken Ham.
No, it's not Ken Ham. Ken Ham did
Ham.
the Ark Museum, and like 2 years after he built it, it got flooded. Like, what's
Dude,
going on there?
God
dude?
did that.
We
He
definitely
didn't like
need
the
to do.
museum. He wanted it to be better.
I think our next episode, what we're gonna do, is an episode on like evolution of human behavior and then how it compares to religion. Just human nature and how it conflicts with like religious ideologies. We definitely need to do that. I mean, do you know why Neanderthals died off along with like the other Homo sapiens that lived around the same time humans did? We killed them off.
It was
Yeah.
an accident.
But hey, there's this other group of people over here that have a different skin color and a different culture and language, and we come across this territory, us expanding and killing them off and enslaving them. I mean, I don't think that's. It's not like we were our species that evolved to kill off the Neanderthals because they competition. They're a different entity.
You could tell he had some kind of learning disability. And from the list of medications he traced off, bipolar, he had some kind of psychotic disorder. He was taking some kind of psychiatric medicines for psychotic disorders. So we were able to take him over. We gained his confidence. We gave him some shirts. We didn't have pants that fit him, but he sure loved that cowboy hat, didn't he? If you need more help, you call me, okay? All right?
Eric Strawhyper got out of prison in April this year. He volunteers with Bill to help mentally ill prisoners recently released.
I talked to one guy here last Friday. He said he was going to a homeless shelter, and that's kind of hard.
In addition to coping with his mental illness, Eric now faces the additional stigma of being a convicted felon.
Now you have to put on your application if you have a felony. And when the places get a stack of applications like that high, they have to do a criminal background check, and most of us don't away because they don't want to have to. They cost the company money to do that.
Father, we bless you in the name of Jesus. We thank you.
Bill and his volunteers have their work cut out for them. A handful of well-meaning individuals in the shadow of a massive system.
It's really a travesty that we would take mentally ill people and cycle them through incarcerations. They're just cycled through there as big human
It's a
warehouses.
tragedy that you're taking mentally ill people and then tricking them into believing some false fucking reality. I think that this can help people like this for sure, but I think it also isn't like
Well, it's
the
also
right answer.
A lot of the stuff, yeah, a lot of the stuff that can help is also stuff that isn't like mutually dependent or bound by like religion. So when people are like, look at the good religion does, soup kitchens, it's like, you don't need to have a belief in a magical sky god to like engage in charity and humanitarian work.
Yeah.
I mean, you can help people without the like belief in
Yeah.
creationism. I mean,
What if I came to him and I said that I'm not interested at all in fucking God, I'm atheist, I don't believe that shit, and I don't want to hear anything about it, but I want some help, you know? I wonder what he would really react. Like, would he be treating me just the same, grab me, yeah, over there, go shit over there, go get yourself some steaks and peas.
Now, Sonny Jim, you picked out the perfect scam because he is going to show you all the good God can do.
Yeah, and then every time he
You'll
tries to,
probably
I'll be like,
make the
I'm
argument.
sorry, I'm really not interested in hearing about it. Every time he just starts talking about religious stuff. See if he keeps wanting to be charitable to me.
but Chad, that's what's keeping you on your path to malevolence.
Yeah.
Reform is it's your like distance from God. That's why.
How many of these
you're
guys do you
struggling.
think go over here and they're like, they just put on an act just so they can get like some free food and shit? They're like, yeah, I'm God, woohoo, yeah, I love that guy. Yeah, let's
I
hold
think-
hands and get some food. You know,
I
like
think a lot of religion in like America, a lot of people don't really think about it at all. It's like
Yeah.
they'll go to church a few times a year, and it's just they're told about the Bible and Jesus, and they know some about the religion, but they just kind of turn their brain off, and it's like people don't know how to think. And
it's
we discussed
default.
this.
Believing in it is
Yeah.
default. You're expected
Yeah.
to by default just believe it, and that's what they are. That's what their lives are. A lot of people but by default they believe in it and don't really think about it, and they may not even take it very seriously. But then moments like this come along where they just fucking blew somebody's brains out or something, went to jail and they got out, and now they're looking at God or whatever.
Well, I think it's opposite of like buying a internet system or a PC system. I don't think this is the default. I think they are this is Christianity plus. If you had Christianity, you'd be like, yeah, that's kind of stupid. And since these guys don't have the information that we have, they're just like, okay, yeah, that sounds okay. But we have the information to be like, no, that's bullshit.
Well, my point is, like, in America, by default, most people grow up that it's default for you to believe in God. That's why you're an outlier and you're a weirdo or an outlier or something if you tell people you don't believe in God when you're a kid growing up, and shit like that. And I mean, just like I guess being atheist is more popular probably now than ever. There's more atheists, but that's definitely the world I grew up with, where you're kind of weird and like looked at funny because if you say you don't believe in that stuff, you just like, why?
Well,
God,
these people,
God
even
did
if
so
they
much for
don't
you.
believe, even if they don't believe, they're still taking advantage of it, and that makes me happy because it's not the fucking Middle Ages anymore.
But it's also you look at I don't know, like I said, the most deleterious effect that comes from religion overall is just how it encourages people to just not think and just blindly drift along in life. And you don't just see it with religious views and stuff, you see it how people ignore problems that exist in our society, how people just kind of they know violence is bad, but yet it's okay to hit your kids just because it's legal. And they don't think about how they have all of these like beliefs in their head that all contradict one another.
Day with me at the bus station and see the human garbage we have created. A lot of those men were not like that when they went in there. And I'll take you into some of these prisons and they walk around like zombies. If I didn't believe that we could change it, I wouldn't be doing this every day. I know we can do it. We've solved other things and we can solve these problems too. It's just a matter of becoming involved.
The healthcare discussion has become as ugly of a partisan debate as any in recent U.S. history. Yet when it comes to the treatment for the mentally ill, it's clear the status quo is both dangerous and inhumane. Without the support of major lobbyists or the backing of corporate dollars, is the situation reversible? Or will the severely mentally ill continue to be forgotten?
Now,
she's a good dancer.
Well, you know how they talk about how what is it like how you have like decor your like noise pollution and I don't know what the proper term is, like the aesthetics, where how you paint the walls, the lighting in the room, how that can really drastically improve somebody's productivity. It helps with people recovering when they're physically sick in hospitals, like in school. How you like paint the walls, the lighting in the classroom can affect the productivity. It's like, do you think people who are mentally ill and stuff, having them in these like cinder block vacuous rooms, do you think that's going to help their mood and everything? Don't you think that just how they like the aesthetics and the decor of the prisons, like that alone would probably have a drastic effect on their behavior? But here's the thing.
No, you're right. Yeah. You're right. It does have a drastic effect because most prisons, the walls of the cinder blocks are pink. And apparently that has something to do with subduing the aggressiveness of the inmates.
Yeah, but a lot of people, like, that's what we're saying, like, empiricism of the human brain. It's like you get into that kind of science of how, like, things like just the lighting and how, like, the decor of the room can affect a person's behavior significantly. And yet people that are like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's a person's willpower that determines their behavior. So why invest in this? Because it's their fault if they act out. They should be acting the right way regardless.
Oh, I think our era will be regarded with a great deal of wonderment as to why they allowed all those mentally ill people to be on the streets, how the jails got so full. They won't understand how this could have happened.
We got to do more. We cannot continue to force this onto police or the criminal justice system. It's just not the correct thing to do.
We as a community have got to come together and tell our legislators, hey, we're tired of all this money for prisons. Come on, let's do the right thing here.
I will take every dollar. I will take every quarter. I will take every nickel devoted to mental health, because that means that we won't have to go through the expensive thing of locking somebody up in a torturous situation, paying $30,000 a year to see them abused.
What you need is leadership. You need both professional leadership within the psychiatric profession. You also need political leadership.
Those are the suicide vests.
You need someone in the White House or someone in the Department of Health and Human Services who says, this is a problem that we can solve, and we're going to solve it. We have not had that.
This podcast is...
I have a trail that I walk.
We're gonna start to see our juvenile detention centers. Now we're getting into kids behind bars.
It's called Colson Strip. It's an old strip that I used to take when I run away because I knew cops wouldn't find it. After I hit the first group home I went to, that was my childhood was gone.
Still to this day, I have no idea why anyone thought that having kids with no charges and bad trauma issues to be in a residential facility with violent kids was a good idea.
Now, if you think like private prison systems in America are bad, it's like if you're a minor in America, and I mean this I guess is the case in pretty much all countries. It's like you're not an adult, so you have certain rights that you don't have yet, depending on what age you are. But you see a lot of that when it comes to boot camps, residential treatment facilities. It's like you don't even need to go to court if you're a minor in order to be locked up. Your parents can just abuse their authority as your legal guardian to voluntarily sign you into a fucking prison. You can be signed into a prison camp in America just because you're a minor. And I mean, this is people being dumb fucks where it's like, hey, there's no need to question how things work. There's no need to consider that it's not black and white and there's nuance and there's bad parents, there's dysfunctional parents. No, all parents are good parents, so the parents are the adults. Adults should know better than children. So if the parent makes a bunch of claims and signs writes something down on a piece of paper, it's pure unquestionable dogmatic truth. So let's not consider that the children that are signed into these facilities are living in abusive, dysfunctional households, and maybe punishing a kid and locking a kid up in a prison camp to punish them for being abused is probably going to cause a lot of really extreme consequences when it comes to that child's mental health growing up. Maybe that's not the best thing to do, is to tell a kid that, hey, your parents that abused you, they accused you of a bunch of stuff, so all this stuff that came out of their mouth must be true. Because if a human being opens their mouth and everything comes out of their mouth is written on a piece of paper, it must be pure unquestionable dogmatic truth.
Now that I'm in the free, I'm more defensive. Like over there, like I just learned I gotta punch first, I gotta hit first.
What it's like to be in the system, I feel like people misunderstand it a lot. They really do.
Whatever happened with Cornelius, if that would have never happened, probably to today, I'd probably still be on Lakeside. We grew up together. I was 11 and I would say he was about 10. Met at the beach. We were all swimming and stuff. I taught Cornelius how to swim that day, and then I'd say about 6 months after that, we fell into each other in a residential facility, and that's when I met Cornelius again. We both funny. We always smiling. We both love rapping. He loved food. I just like cooking it.
On April 29th, 2020, 16-year-old Cornelius Frederick threw a sandwich in the cafeteria of Lakeside Academy, the Michigan youth facility where he had been placed by the foster system. CCTV footage shows 7 staff restraining Cornelius for almost 12 minutes. When they release him, he's limp and unconscious. Another 12 minutes pass before anyone calls 911 or tries CPR.
Oh, well, they don't call 911. I wonder why. Maybe they don't want to get in trouble. But hey, they're the staff. They should know what they're doing. Therefore, they do know what they're doing.
The for-profit company that managed Lakeside, Sequel Youth and Family Services, lost its license in Michigan after Cornelius died. But across the country, Sequel continued to run 27 other facilities, where kids were placed for foster care, juvenile offenses, addiction, autism, or behavioral problems, often in mixed groups. Over the past year, we've been investigating conditions in every single one. Vice News sent Freedom of Information Act requests to 20 states that work with Sequel. 14 of those states sent us 15,000 pages of documents.
Now, we were talking about how fucked up like Christian Catholic culture is. A lot of this, we're sending kids to these places or whatever, genetic environmental factors. Some of it might be genetic factors, like they mentioned autism, certain mental health care problems, but what about living in a dysfunctional household? A lot of these facilities, I don't think they incorporate that element. It's just environmental factors aren't a thing. It's the child not doing life properly because parents are the authorities, so they can't be held to any level of accountability.
We have licensing reports, we have internal emails, and we have inspections. These are from the last 3 years. And within these documents are hundreds of serious violations. We've read them all, and we've tried to spot patterns that are occurring between different facilities. One of the most troubling things we found in all these documents is that Sequel fails to report time after time when it breaks rules, even though it's legally mandated to do just that. Facilities don't keep track of basic information about kids, and there are over 400 proven violations in these documents here of reporting or case documentation rules. What that means is that everything we have here, all of these documents, is probably just the tip of the iceberg.
Again, places like this, kids don't even need to go to court. They don't even need to be convicted of a crime. They don't even need to be arrested. A judge and jury don't need to decide that they're guilty of a crime and the judge doesn't give any sentencing, parents can bypass the court system by just voluntarily signing their kid into places that are pretty much prisons. But we live in a perfect world.
We're seeing violations across many different SQL facilities. These range from unsanitary conditions, lack of staff training, lack of supervision by staff, to over 250 complaints of child abuse. About a third of those are fully substantiated by investigators. We counted more than
child abuse, so it's like you're taking kids, or they're probably living in an abusive environment, and you're violating their human rights by not giving them a court sentence and locking them up in a facility to be abused as punishment for growing up in an abusive facility. That's not gonna fuck somebody up for the rest of their life.
80 improper restraints, like the one that killed Cornelius.
I don't feel like restraint is ever useful, like in any facilities or anywhere. Like, oh, a kid might get restrained because he had anger issues. How about you sit down and talk to that kid?
Were you restrained a lot?
I was restrained. I don't know how many times. I don't know. I came out with scars and bruises, and those scars and bruises came from me because I want to fight and get up and get away. Like, I don't want you, big old man, grown man, laying on top of me. Like, look at Cornelius. That's not safety. But it's like, this is what the staff is taught.
They told me in my training to say anything to get him out of the restraint. I can't breathe. Mom, help me, help me. And which happened to me on multiple occasions that I was involved in a restraint, which the kid told me he couldn't breathe. I'm like, oh, this restraint is right by the book, the way that they taught me.
Restraints are supposed to be emergency safety interventions, used when a student puts themselves or someone else in imminent danger.
So I would want to go behind her, and when I'm behind her, I will wrap up this arm and wrap up this arm and swing. But then she's going to fight. You want to put your knee and her and get her off of balance. So normally what happens is we just take the kids to the ground. They're fighting. I can't hold on. Grab the legs. Boom.
Oh shit.
Boom. Easier and more effective.
So I guess there was a moment where I was kind of like in the air when you were pulling me back, but I landed softly. But I can imagine if I were struggling, I might not land as easily.
If you're doing that, you're struggling and you're not landing easily.
You seem like you got agitated just now. Is that how doing a restraint really was?
Yes, I would say a restraint is very, very, very stressful and it exerts a lot of energy. Restricting somebody's movement is not fun. It's not fun. And that's why I always say that if I could de-escalate a situation, I would much rather de-escalate. But sometimes you can't de-escalate a situation if you don't have staff to divide and conquer.
After Cornelius died, Sequel told Vice News the company would reduce, minimize,
Later on, we'll discuss like corrections officers and like brutality with corrections officers, and we see police officers abuse their authority. So it's like you give somebody power, somebody not doing what they're supposed to be doing. In these kind of places, how often do you think some of these staff members that pretty much they hire anybody and they don't really need the best training, how often do you think that maybe they don't apply formal practice when they're going about this stuff?
Every day. Every single fucking day.
Well, hey, it would be more positive to believe that things work the way they should and that people would do what you'd expect them to do and they're given the proper training that they need and there's the right level of supervision and regulations in place. But yeah, so because that should be a thing, we're just going to assume that it is a thing. And if we just pretend that issues don't exist, we're not going to do anything to fix them or curb them, because why bother acknowledging that problems exist in this magical, wonderful rainbows and sunshine kind of society?
And eventually eliminate the use of restraints on our campuses. But scrutiny of the conditions at Sequel's facilities continued. 7 states ended their contracts with the company. Sequel closed 6 facilities. And it told Vice News, when one of our facilities
and
is
these are private organizations.
Closed, the likelihood of harm to the...
You're literally...
That makes it even worse.
Like these are... And once again, like, these boot camps, these military schools for kids, these residential programs, these are private facilities that parents can just sign their kids into, and a lot of these corporations, they profit from it. These are for-profit organizations. They're pretty much making money off of child abuse. What kind of parents do you think are going to send their kids to a place like this? Do you think authoritarian parents who are abusive, narcissistic parents that kind of don't take any accountability? I just got a bad kid in the mail. It's not my fault. Me take ownership, I'm estranged from my teen. Maybe I should do things differently. No. So I like this place because this place, they tell me what I want to hear. They don't tell me what I need to hear. I can just sign my kid into here and you scapegoat the blame on the child. God, I only live in a wonderful fucking world, and this is America, one of the most developed countries on the planet.
The displaced youth increases. We regret that in some states, political pressure has resulted in rushed decisions that prioritized media narratives over the best possible care for the individual. But that wasn't the end of Sequel. And it's definitely not the end of the multi-billion-dollar business of youth residential treatment.
Multi-billion-dollar business.
Clorinda is Sequel's flagship program. It's been open since 1992, and the company based all of the treatment models that it uses at its facilities around the country on the stuff that it devised.
Now, I'm just going to say, if you're the kind of person that you invested and opened up one of these facilities, and you are profiting off of a facility where your business is parents voluntarily signing their kid into a prison with no checks and balances, it's almost like like decades later, we're taking like Nazi criminals and we're charging them for crimes and they were technically following the law. I don't know. Don't you think that somebody who invests in such a filthy, disgusting kind of business like this, maybe even though they were legally opening up their business, common sense would tell you that what you're doing is profoundly unethical. So I almost think that some of the people who are some of the corporates in charge of some of these like for-profit prisons that parents can sign their kids into, maybe they should be in prison. And maybe like unlike 99% of the people we've seen in prisons throughout this video, maybe they're more deserving to be in prison than any of the people here. What do you think, Shab?
I think you should go to prison.
Yeah.
But it's actually closing. Because of the scrutiny that the company's been facing from regulators, from journalists, it's in the process of getting rid of all of its kids and discharging them and sending them to new facilities, foster homes in some cases. And so what we're going to capture here is really the end of an era.
Esa fue como la línea de la propiedad. Nosotros solo podíamos caminar hasta aquí.
In January, Kevin Ramirez was discharged from Clarinda Academy as the company decided to permanently close it down. When he met us there to show us the campus, it was his first time back.
Quiero recordarme dónde estaba mi cuarto porque yo sé que fue como allá arriba.
Yo me acuerdo que tú me enseñabas una ventana que estaba rota y me decías a un lado de esa ventana ahí está mi cuarto.
Oh,
¿Te
ya.
acuerdas? Los padres cuando viven lo que yo viví contigo pues no es fácil. Yo sabía que tú no estabas bien, tratabas de hacerte fuerte, ¿verdad?
Ya, por eso me siento como raro, porque siempre cuando estaba aquí me sentí como, tú sabes, atrapado.
Kevin says a judge sent him to Clarinda after he was caught with weed. While there, he went through substance abuse counseling and a lot more. Were you allowed?
So you're gonna send a kid to prison for fucking weed?
To go outside?
Not without staff, for like precautions, just in case you try to run. Kids in a foster dorm, they try to like run because like they were just sad, you know, they didn't have a family. You never knew where they were gonna go, they were just gonna run.
You came here to visit Kevin. What was that like?
Desde la primera vez que yo vine, él nunca me abrazaba como lo hizo esa vez. Él me abrazó y sonreía, pero yo no. Le veía su rostro muy triste. En mi país también me crecieron a golpes. Crecí, mano dura le dicen en mi país, mis padres. Pero en este país no es así. Y venir a un lugar, saber que tu hijo lo ponen como gallo de pelea, pelear para que coma, se pelean por ropa. Entonces se siente que hay impotencia como padre. Pienso que en vez de que le hicieran un bien, esa academia lo que le hizo fue un mal que ve. Porque de ahí no ha salido mejor él. No, él salió peor de ese lugar.
In 2018, Disability Rights Washington published an investigation into allegations of verbal abuse and excessive restraints at Clarinda Academy.
Well, hey, verbal abuse isn't real abuse.
I'm not going to joke about that. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, maybe. Yeah, I wasn't trying to joke, but still, like those people are disgusting pigs if they're going to claim that verbal abuse does not have the like really measurable effects that the medical science says it does have. And this is where like we've discussed like abuse in our prison systems and stuff like this. What about in our educational system? What about teachers that might verbally abuse kids? What about in employment, people where their bosses and their employers might verbally abuse them? I mean, I think that's something that a lot of people don't think about.
Sequel disputed the report, saying it was filled with, quote, false statements. And the company reached out to other states that were its clients to defend its record. In a letter that we have here to the Idaho Department...
But here's the thing. If a child's here, it's because they're a troubled youth. So if a child says that one of the staff members here said things they shouldn't have said, who are you going to trust? That person's an adult. So, I mean, clearly they're going to be telling the truth, and what they're saying is going to be truth over what the child is saying. In the same way, like... who are you going to believe? The person, the police officer with a badge and a uniform, or the person who's in handcuffs? I mean, clearly that's the officer. They're supposed to be enforcing the law. This is the person breaking the law, so clearly, like, the officer wouldn't lie.
Of Health and Welfare, Sequel suggests the agency contact their local marketing executive and writes, quote, "We are deeply offended by the characterization that we put profits ahead of our mission." The thing is, problems persisted. We reviewed new complaints from 2019.
So they are a for-profit organization, and they're insulted that they're saying that this company is for profit. How dare you? We care about the people that we're serving because we say we care.
And 2020. Among these complaints, inspectors noted that residents filed.
At this point in time, the what is it, Quebec? All the schools that had Canadian Native Canadians pretty much fucking murdered, or the babies of Canadian Americans murdered. Now that we know that now, I think we can say that we can say that they're pretty fucked up.
What do you think about that, Shab?
I don't think much about it. Okay.
Available to receive important information, including the names of their legal guardians. Residents were moving in without care plans. Some staff were not fully vetted before they were hired, and the restraints continued. One dorm reported 117 restraints just in June of 2019.
Now, what do you think about that? About this, Shab? Do you think that these kind of for-profit facilities should exist? Do you think institution like this should be something that is a private for-profit organization? Like, this is something where it's like, no, 100% stuff like this, like it's the same way our private prison system, stuff like this should not be involved in the private sector at all. This is one of those areas where the private sector has no right to, what's that?
Does seem pretty odd that that I, you know, if I had enough money, I could buy a prison and be able to keep these people like
children. And they don't even need to go to court. So if, in America, if you had enough money, you could start a private prison that parents can voluntarily sign their kids into. I think if you're a person that has enough money and you open up a private prison that children are sent to where they don't go to court, you probably need to be spending the rest of your life in prison.
I got there in June 11th. So
2020, right?
Yep, in summertime. Well, we'd actually pulled in right past the prison, and my transporter told me that's where I was going, and I was like, what? And he goes, I'm just kidding, it's over here. I was like, okay, that's. He said he does that to everybody.
That prison is right next to Clarinda Academy. The two institutions even share a kitchen. Like Kevin, Luca Lean says he was sent to Clarinda for weed.
I was on house arrest waiting to go to Clarinda, so I was kind of like looking into it to see where I was going to go.
What did you learn?
Just that there had been like abuse allegations, harsh restraints, and that a lot of states were pulling out of that facility and not sending kids there no more. I mean, from what I read, I had assumed that it was not going to be a very good time.
Clarinda Academy housed kids from the justice system together with foster kids. That's not unusual in residential treatment facilities, often considered the modern reimagination of another well-known institution, the orphanage. Orphanages fell out of fashion in the 20th century, but not all kids were easy to place in families.
Oh, orphanages, that's another good example of Catholicism and Christianity having its foothold and helping people.
Towards the end of the century, as prisons started housing people who'd previously been in mental hospitals, institutions for juvenile criminals started taking in orphans.
The beginning of residential treatment was because kids failed to foster home. There's usually serious behavioral health problems, either a major mental illness or behavioral problem. There's typically high-risk behavior, suicide, danger to others, cutting, self-mutilation type activities are running away. It means that residential treatment is sort of like the last stop. That it's the place where kids end up where other people don't really want them anymore. They don't really feel like they can be successful with it.
In the small town of Clarinda, Iowa, a microcosm of the national development played out. A huge mental hospital in the town emptied out, and the correctional facility was added to its grounds. Then, parts of the vacant hospital were taken over by Clarinda Academy. James Hindman, founder of the Jiffy Lube franchise, started the academy. He continued to run it when the company later became
Founder of the Jiffy Lube franchise. Established this kind of residential private prison for youth organization.
Sequel.
In 1991, Hindman conceived a way to invest in kids society had given up on while building profit for shareholders and saving money for taxpayers.
The program was designed for juvenile delinquents. It promised to turn, quote, tax eaters into taxpayers.
Oh, here's the nice one. This is the campus exec jacket.
What's that?
That's like top eagle on the campus. You get that?
So you were like the basically student body president type thing?
Yeah, like the whole campus.
Who elected you?
The program leader. I got this one too.
Okay, you're wearing that one.
Yeah, I actually wear this. I like this one. It's like an old school one. They were gonna engrave my name into this one, but I got sent home too early, so they didn't end up doing it.
So is it a normal high school?
No way. So by day it was normal high school, but then like at night everything would just pop off. And...
In 1999, Sequel was set up, specifically to run Clarinda. Today, Sequel markets its residential facilities as therapeutic places, where kids can be treated for a range of behavioral problems or trauma. But a hallmark of
Yeah, they're therapeutic because they say it's therapeutic.
the program, the so-called peer support model, was a behavioral control strategy for Clarinda's original population coming out of the justice system. The idea, enforcing compliance through peer pressure, basically getting good kids to lead the bad. Staff could dole out group punishments for individual offenses, and they ranked residents weekly. Positive rankings led to privileges and membership in an elite group called the Eagles. Did students who had status ever abuse their power?
Yeah, I mean, kids they knew they could get away with stuff more. So, I mean, they would do things that other kids couldn't do.
I talked to one kid who said he actually restrained other kids sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, if there was short staff and you wanted to look good and maybe get like a positive rating that week, you would like help out. And I've had times where I've had to help out a staff like restrain kids because they're the only one there.
Physical restraints were frequent, and the peer support model might have been part of the problem. We have here a report from inspectors who...
So this is where like prisons will have, like, once again, criminals act as like staff within the prison. There are for-profit prisons for children in America that are almost like doing the same thing.
To a different Sequel facility in Iowa, Woodward Academy. This facility had just implemented a new rule that actually limited peer interventions. What the students reported was that support by peers used to be, quote, too confrontive. And when the facility changed its rules, inspectors observed that campus-wide interventions decreased significantly, and children's comments about the changes were overwhelmingly positive. The state knew that kids did better when they weren't policing each other, and still, Sequel was allowed to claim that its peer support model was therapeutic.
Chad, what do you think about having a private prison for kids where you have the kids police the kids in that private prison?
I think this sounds like a good thing. I think, yeah.
Do you think the science supports it?
Yeah, and I'm a scientist. So, yeah. I think, in fact, we should just lock up all the people that work there, and all the kids should just run the place that are supposed to be locked up. I think they should just switch roles.
Well, to be fair, maybe that I think a lot of the people working there probably should be locked up. They probably should be in fucking prison.
Caseworkers, parole officers, and judges kept sending kids there.
My first few months being there was only 1 or 2 staff on the dorm, and just a huge fight broke out, a bunch of kids, and there just wasn't enough people to stop it.
Have you ever watched something like that before?
No, that was pretty crazy.
Did the environment feel safe?
No, not at all. Like my first and second month there, like I was like, okay, I gotta watch out for these kids. I don't know what they've been through. If like someone just comes into my room, like closes the door, the staff, they won't hear me. That's like the thing that like worried me. Okay, if anything happens, I can only defend myself. That's when like throughout the program, I started like defending myself a lot more.
Kevin and Luca said that as Sequel dealt with COVID and the fallout from Cornelius' death, things got chaotic. They stopped going to school and never got credit for the semester.
Especially during COVID, we didn't have access to the computers because they were in the school building. But even when we did, oftentimes they were broken. And I know myself and a few other kids were starting to get really concerned about how these things we were doing were going to translate to high school credits, because we were thinking about obviously coming home at some point.
Hello, I'm Leonard. This unit is all about using clear language in writing.
What classes are you in right now?
Oh, I do math, 2 language arts, so social studies, and science, and writing.
Welcome to the lesson. Do you say I and write from your personal perspective? Do you say you and directly address the reader? Do you not do either of those and take a more objective approach, saying he, she, and they?
What did you think when you heard that Clorinda was closing?
I wasn't surprised, because we knew what was going on, but we knew eventually somebody else would, and right away it'd get closed down. Like the condition like the facility was in, and just the things that were going on there, I knew it wasn't going to stay open for much longer.
Outside on our home passes, like we'd search up stuff about Clorinda, we'd see like the news report, and they're like, yeah, like they're not lying. What are we supposed to do? Like go out, like tell the police, I mean, we're in there, and we're juveniles too. Like you're not gonna believe a juvenile over like an adult, you know?
So-called residential treatment today can be a lot of things, from these restrictive boarding schools to troubled teen programs like the one Paris Hilton attended, and has since campaigned against.
Staff verbally abused me, calling me for older names.
Poor Paris. Poor Paris Hilton.
Well, she's got affluenza. Very serious.
But
I'm glad she's out there. I'm glad she's out there fighting the fight when she was a victim.
Yeah.
Good girl.
What
are you saying, Drunken?
Even if I was out there being a victim, getting fucking raped and fucking stuff like that, I would not want to have Paris Hilton be like, oh, poor him.
Yeah, I don't need her sticking up for me. That's the worst person.
Vice News that our industry is well regulated by.
I heard Justin Bieber and Miley Cyrus are getting behind this cause as well.
Yay, my favorite
State
artist.
agencies and accredited and monitored by industry organizations. Programs make bold claims about how they'll change a kid, but there is no federal oversight of what can be called treatment in this industry.
Sad reality is, the most common referral into a residential.
No federal oversight over these private organizations for children.
Treatment centers.
Or private prisons for children. Yeah.
Different residential programs. So it's typically what actually happens is kids bounce around in this out-of-community setting. It's very hard to take kids and bring them back in the community.
There's a reason the business exists: politics, starting with panic about crime and poverty in the 1990s.
Yep. There we go. I love our American capitalistic political system. It's the reason why it exists. Big corporations lobby the government, and they allow really fucked up things to be legal throughout our country.
1991, Newt Gingrich became Speaker of the House and went after aggressive welfare reform.
Ew, Newt
Your choice is
Gingrich.
a week-old baby dying in a dumpster or an orphanage. An orphanage is a heck of a lot better. If your choice is a 7-year-old as in Florida being beaten to death, or life in an orphanage is better.
The Work Opportunity and Personal Responsibility Act.
Look at him. He's holding the hands of those children. Like he's a community man.
What
Yeah.
kind of who holds hands like that?
Dude, a wholesome, altruistic man like him.
Is that supposed to be his son or grandson?
I don't know. They might be relatives.
Yeah, it's like
Aimed
if
to
my
restrict
grandpa wanted to hold my hand, that would be so awkward.
I'd be like, ew, grandpa, go over there.
Yeah, it's like I'm
Grandma.
It's like we don't
Any
need to hold
unmarried
hand and
parents?
sweat together and stuff. We don't need to do
That
that, grandpa.
old person smell on your hand.
Who had kids when they were younger than 18.
The Republican-sponsored welfare reform bill currently before Congress proposes the creation of state-run orphanages to house the illegitimate children of teenage mothers.
In the middle of this debate, the Wall Street Journal profiled Clorinda's founder, James Hindman, saying, suppose Newt Gingrich gets his way and orphanages dot America's landscape. Don't be surprised if James Hindman ends up running a lot of them, for profit. Gingrich's funding package for orphanages didn't pass, but new state funding for juvenile lockups did, and that paid for the expansion of Heineman's company, Youth Services International. And with the lines between criminal justice and social care blurred, companies like Heineman's were poised to provide foster care within juvenile justice settings. By 2020, Sequel would be one of
So pretty much foster care and our like juvenile criminals corrections are pretty much hybridized in America to an extent. So I mean, it pretty much, if you're a child who doesn't have legal guardians and you're a ward of the state pretty much treats you the same way it does the children who are within the criminals corrections. So yeah, America.
one of the biggest for-profit providers of youth residential treatment in the country. What is behind this movement to house kids of many different backgrounds all together in the same facility?
Well, it's efficiency. If you're a director of a residential facility, you need to have your referral streams.
Yeah, I mean, you see it in the adult prisons. It's like people who have issues with drug addiction, people who are mentally ill, people of all types of varieties. Just let's cram them into one setting, and it's like it's not like that's a recipe for disaster. Like let's take like kids who have autism, kids who have significant psychiatric disorders, kids who are victims of abuse, and let's just put them in all one environment. Let's just warehouse them, and that's what it is. And you also see that just in our educational system as well. It's like they'll do that to special needs children, where they'll take kids who have behavioral issues because they might grow up in a dysfunctional household. They'll take kids that have like certain mood disorders, like bipolar disorder. They'll take kids that have learning disabilities like dyslexia, ADD, and going through and providing each of those kids the care that they need separately is too much work. So there's too much complexity there. So it's easier to just take all of these kids, like segregate them. That's what it is. It's segregation. Let's segregate them all into one environment and dumb down the work, give them all A's for showing up, and there you go. Deprive them of an education and just warehouse any sort of special needs kids. And I mean, that's not gonna like fuck up our society later down the line.
As open as possible. So
but we do live in a perfect world.
You're willing to take from whomever's willing to send. The margin is in the amount of money you spend on people in the residential facilities.
The staff.
And so they hire the lowest paid, least experienced people in the system. And if you don't have a good layer of supervision and leadership, you end up with a Lord of the Flies kind of problem, where you have young adults with unresolved adolescent issues trying to help out.
I think he just mentioned Lord of the Flies, and Red Eye mentioned that in the chat.
Yeah, he mentioned that like 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Did you ever read that book, Chad?
No.
Oh.
I don't read books.
Oh yeah. I don't know books. They are.
Like you said earlier, they're unnatural. Do you see glasses growing off of trees? No, and that's why I don't read books.
I agree. I do think it's obnoxious when people act like other people are stupid for not reading. I don't agree with that.
I think I'm going to start treating people stupid who do read. You're an idiot, Jane. Stop reading. Yeah. Do you see glasses growing on trees, bitch? Stop being stupid.
Like, when it comes to fiction, I actually like movies more and television series more than literature. Like when I read, it's mostly nonfiction for like informative, like educational content. So I mean, I do come across a lot of pretentious people like that who don't really read, and then they'll sit there and be like, "Oh, it's rare that the movie is ever as good as the book." It's like, really? When was the last time you actually read a book that was like where you saw the film adaptation after you read the book? And usually that's where they're not really able to go into any more detail.
My name is Sam Campbell. I am a former employee of Central Youth Services.
But the reason I mentioned that, I don't know if there's a movie based on Lord of the Flies. There might be, but that is one of those examples of a good book that probably doesn't have a good film adaptation.
What's that movie that we watched where the guy turns into like a fly thing? Like it's an old
Fly.
It's called The Fly. Okay, yeah, okay.
That was a horror movie.
Yeah.
Lord of the Fly. It's kind of like well, not really. I was gonna say it's like kind of like Hatchet. It's pretty much all the kids get deserted on an island, so they pretty much have to form their own makeshift society on the island with one another.
Yeah.
Speaking of glasses, I mean, there's actually what part of the book they have to learn how to. They have to make fire, and the way they do that is one of the kids has glasses, and he was the fat kid, the nerdy geeky kid. Was also the fat kid, and he was kind of like their chunk of the group.
management. I was a program director as well as a group leader.
Yeah, that is a
growing
great
up in the
use
city.
for fucking glasses if you did get lost in the wild. God damn, I never really thought about that, but you'd be able
And
to
if
make.
you read Lord of the Flies, Shab, you would have known. You'd be trapped on an island, and it's like, yep, see.
I think there's other.
Or if there was a film adaptation and there was, it was in the film, it would have had the same effect.
I've seen great things happen. I've seen horrible things happen, but I've seen it all.
Sam Campbell was hired at Sequel's Lakeside facility in Michigan in 2012. Among 125 boys, a mix of gang members, sexual offenders, and foster kids, Campbell met Cornelius Frederick.
Had a great relationship with Cornelius. Gave Cornelius a lot of clothes, spent a lot of time with him.
Were you surprised that that restraint killed Cornelius?
Yeah, I was very surprised. That's nowhere near the worst restraint I've seen in a Sequel facility.
Campbell rose through the ranks, and Sequel seems to have trusted him, sending him to work at facilities in Ohio and Arizona. Over his time there, Campbell says Lakeside changed.
The approach to dealing with the kids became a lot more corporate. Say they had a kid that nobody else would take. No other facility in the United States would take this kid. Okay, we're going to charge you $500 a day per diem and another $5,000 a month.
And the states would say yes.
Of course.
While Campbell worked at Lakeside, Michigan started contracting with Sequel to take kids from the foster system, at a day rate of more than $300 per child. He claims other kids were discharged early to make space. How often do you think it was that a kid's discharge was because of financial reasons?
20-30% of the time, direct care staff and program directors fight with management because they're taking a kid that we've been with for 6 to 9 months, developing this relationship with, and this kid doesn't have a discharge plan. I think the worst farce in any case management.
Like, once again, for financial reasons, that's why they're discharged early. It's almost like it's just about money. It's not about actually giving people any sort of like reasonable treatment.
Plan for a kid is saying that after the program he's going to discharge to foster care. That is the hardest thing to get done because honestly, who's taking a 16, 17, 18-year-old aggressive kid into foster care? Now we got to try to come up with different things for this kid to do, and sometimes it was discharging them to a homeless shelter.
You discharged kids to homeless shelters?
I can think of 7 or 8 that it happened to while in my career.
Sequel didn't respond to Campbell's allegations, but in a previous statement about Cornelius' death at Lakeside, said, "We cannot comment on pending legal matters. That said, we are deeply saddened by the tragic loss of Cornelius."
Okay, there was a story like a year ago during the start of the pandemic and everything, and it was like there's this young adult with schizophrenia, and they put him in a retirement home, and he ended up he was going through psychosis, and he severely assaulted the senior citizen that he was roommates with. And it's like, that was the only option they had available for somebody who has schizophrenia, is to put them in a fucking retirement home. Once more, you gotta love the social aid, the social institution in America.
And acted quickly to terminate all staff
And once
involved.
again, a child with certain psychiatric disorders who they don't have a foster home to put them in, so they're to the point where they're putting minors with psychiatric issues in homeless shelters.
One of those staff was Campbell's close friend, Michael Mosley. Campbell says he left Sequel because the company let Mosley and 2 fellow staffers take the fall for Cornelius' death. Mosley is awaiting trial on criminal charges and has pleaded not guilty. But Campbell himself is also a controversial figure. Other Lakeside care staff and students said he helped shape the facility's problematic culture. One student said he beat kids up. A staff member said he brought drugs to campus. Campbell denied these allegations.
Whatever people said about me,
Well, I mean, he says he didn't do it, so he must be innocent. I mean, because people having a job and not doing their job properly, like flawed practice, like a cop doing shit they're not supposed to be doing, I mean, we know that stuff doesn't happen. So, I mean, the person working there, I mean, them doing what they're not supposed to be doing, they're there to create order. So, I mean, they're not going to create disorder from being there, because we live in a perfect world. There's no flawed practice, no flawed institution, no flawed policy. Everything works the way it's supposed to work. A system's in place, therefore it needs to be in place. There aren't any cogs or sprues out of place. No need for maintenance. No need for reform.
I'm in the trenches. I'm working 160 hours a week. I'm with kids every day. Something, somebody's bound to say something about you. Have I made mistakes before? Yes. I told them about my mistakes myself.
I did hear that you yourself were responsible for several improper restraints that you beat up on the kids.
Never beat up on a kid before. I've never been cited for beating up on a kid. I don't know where that would go.
In 2017, Sequel attracted a majority equity investment from Altamont Capital Partners, a private equity firm which also owns part of the Alamo Drafthouse movie theater chain. The investment was intended to allow Sequel to expand. It projected a single facility would earn $1.8 million in profit for 2020. At the time of the investment, 2/3 of profit went directly to corporate. But in interviews, clinicians from several facilities told us that as the company grew, they were left fighting for meager resources.
Everything with corporate was about the dollar. If there's an open bed, fill the bed. And it was like, well, no, I'm not going to put a sexual trauma, 6-year-old victim on the same unit as a 15-year-old sexual predator.
My budget as a speech therapist for 4.5 years was a steady zero. Part of the business model is exactly this. These kids are throwaways of society. So the odds of any backlash from them or people affiliated or associated with them is super minimal. Who really wants
They're throwaways of society.
to work with these kids? Your average Walmart shopper? No. People who have a heart for it. Why do they have a heart for it? Something happened to them.
Bottom right.
Bottom right.
Blue.
Blue.
That was a total miss, dude.
Really?
You never even got the paper.
Dude, what a productive way to get to spend their time. That's what you need. Kid, our troubled youth, give them some guns. That's a good way to be productive with their time. America.
What? So, no, this is me. You never even got the paper.
I hit there.
This is going to seem kind of odd, but NSI probably saved my life. I was actually rather suicidal and had nowhere to go, and basically applied for NSI because unemployment said I had to. So I applied, interviewed, got the job, and was not totally on my behind. It's like, okay, I've never done anything like this before. Now what?
NSI, Normative Services Academy, Inc., is maybe the most remote of all sequel facilities. It's in Wyoming, between the Bighorn Mountains and a huge plain. One of the closest towns is called Recluse. Since he left NSI, Guy, a former resident, meets his mentor Kathleen, a former care worker, every month.
Working with these kids and seeing that they had the potential to not go through what I went through as an adult made me feel like I had found my calling, because I really want to keep him away from where I felt for all those years. I don't want him to feel that he doesn't matter.
I don't know. Maybe Two Gun should have been here to discuss, like, do you think it's therapeutic to let a... I don't know. Maybe that should be part of a therapy routine for, or reform routine for children.
Completely unimportant to society. You had kids that didn't need to be there and kids that didn't need to be there, and you shoved them all together, and that's where I messed things up.
You know, it wasn't all, bad, but, I think sometimes there was days that just...
Positive outcomes, I think, were something that were not the norm.
Guy came to NSI from the foster system. Like many foster kids who end up in residential treatment, he bounced from one program to another for years.
I was in YBGR for most of my life. What's that? Yellowstone Boys and Girls Ranch. And I was there for 6 years. And then from YBGR, I went to YPHB. YPHB, I went to Youth Services. Youth Services went to Excel. From Excel, went to Piney Ridge. From Piney Ridge, went back to Excel. From Excel, went to NSI. NSI went to MYCA, foster home, and then SILS. So 10 places total.
That's so many. What was your first day at NSI like?
I'm nervous, new people, new start. They had driven me down the road to head to the med center. I got back in the car after taking my temperature, taking a shower for lice, and getting changed into what they would change you into, which is an NSI jumpsuit, basically.
What did they say the point of you being there was?
So in a therapeutic setting, everybody has to have their own treatment because everybody has their own issues. Mine was more of getting angry, and that actually had started kicking up at NSI. Not getting better, but kicking up because of everything that was going on.
So, I mean, they sent him to, like, 10 different facilities throughout 3 different states, and he wasn't really getting better. So, who do you think you should blame? Do you think, and this is the problem, like, do you think the institutions are to blame for being fucked up and profoundly unethical, or do you think it's the child? Because a lot of people who defend places like this, they defend, like, these flawed residential care facilities. You look at our educational system and the outcome and how it doesn't lead to people having productive lives later on. You point to it, and people like to claim that people that work for these facilities will like to defend it and be like, well, they definitely like do what they're supposed to. It's just those particular kids, those particular people, they're not right in the head, so it's them. So if things don't work, blame the victims of the system. Don't blame the system itself. The system works even though statistically it's not working the overwhelming majority of the time. And when it doesn't work, well, it's just because those people aren't doing life properly. They're not going along with it the right way.
This is the folder of documents we got back from Wyoming where NSI is located. One allegation that was substantiated is that children were frequently unsupervised. One resident who needed one-on-one care was left alone, and she was later found in the bathroom with a belt around her neck. One child was put in physical restraint for not, quote, sitting quietly. What we have here is a notice of noncompliance. The allegation, which was eventually substantiated by investigators, is that a staff put his hands around a child's neck. When licensing went to investigate, they found evidence of another incident that had occurred a year earlier, where the staff had put his hands around a different child's neck, quote, held him down, stated he was going to kill the child, and then grabbed the child's neck in a choking manner. Licensing questioned the organization.
Oh, well, why do you think those are dismissed? So the kids are reporting this kind of stuff do you think maybe there's a little bias there from the people that are, like, reviewing it or evaluating it? Do you think maybe it's like, hey, well, the kid said this, we talked to the adult, they're the adult should know better, therefore, what came out of their mouth must be pure, unquestionable, dogmatic truth. Like, this before, like, everyone had a video, like an HD video camera in their pocket where they could upload videos instantly to the internet, where we see cops engaging acts of brutality all the time. Beforehand, it's like, hey, the cop did all of this stuff, but what did the cop write in their report? Well, they said this. So they said all that stuff, so it's not like anybody can open their mouth and say whatever they want, make assertions. Nope, they said those things, so must be pure, unquestionable, dogmatic truth. People lying for their own benefit, that just doesn't happen.
Why a report to law enforcement was not made, and the organization's contact person responded, quote, I'm not sure why
It's almost like there's a lack of checks and balances here.
do it. I guess I felt bad for the guy. He was having a bad day, and I knew he was going to be let go. So we have here documentation that someone who was employed at NSI actually had a history of abuse and neglect and was on Wyoming's central registry. And this wasn't the only person that NSI didn't vet and then hired. A state investigation found 25 staff lacked background checks in out-of-state child abuse registers.
So, like, not only are we discussing bringing private practice into consideration, but or flawed practice into consideration, What about flawed policy? It's like that's like what I stated earlier, like illusionary optimism. People just let's just pretend everything's a well-oiled machine. Let's just pretend that everything works the way it should work.
We spent a lot more time in the last couple of years out there investigating student on staff, student on student, assault, battery, unlawful touch, those types of things. We would be out there, 11 times a weekend, investigating 11 different reports of battery or assault. We're looking at pretty low manpower, so we can't dedicate a full-time deputy to, a for-profit company that's bringing students in from out of state.
For years, local press wrote about NSI's runaway problem. Escapees stole cars, trying to get back home. Sequel responded by adding alarms to the window.
I want you to watch Dog Pound, because on this subject, it is kind of equivalent.
Is that a movie, a documentary?
It's a movie, but it deals with child correctional facilities. Or teenage correctional facilities, I should say.
Well, Shab, didn't we? You had that discussion about that one teacher you had in like elementary school.
You just made me think about.
Yes.
That's really weird that you just brought that up, because when you were talking like 4 minutes ago, whatever, when you were just talking about the kids telling them and then them not believing it and there not being checks and balances. Yeah, when I was a kid, I had a teacher that maybe I'll do a stream at some point and like talk about it in depth more or something. But yeah, when I was in the 5th grade, I had a teacher named Mr. Zana who was always like he was abusive to the boys in the classroom. He would treat us like dog shit, and then he would always not only like he would have this really weird relationship with the girls where he was too close and touchy with them and them sitting on his lap all the time and stuff like that. And I ended up going up to the principal one day or I got sent up to there by him because I'm such a problem or whatever, and I talked to her and told her that I thought it was weird the way he acted with the girls and stuff, and her response was, "Oh no, he's been a teacher for this long. Both of his parents were teachers.
He should know what he's doing, therefore he does."
Blah blah blah. Yeah. Brushed it off like it was nothing, and then I got sent back to the class and given detention or something stupid. It's like, bitches like that, I don't know if it's possible, but motherfucker like me should go and like sue a bitch like that. Like, motherfuckers deserve some lawsuits. When I was coming up telling her that shit, all those kids were being put in a dangerous situation, even myself. Like, it was such a weird thing. Like, one thing that was so obviously weird about it was he went out of his way to make sure that his classroom was mostly females, and you could tell he was systematically working the boys out of the classroom and females into the classroom, because you look at the whole classroom, it's like 20 to 30 kids, and there's only 2 boys in the whole classroom. It's only 2 boys in this whole big classroom. I wonder why. It's because every single boy that comes through, he treats them like shit, like he did me, until they go, "That's it, I want to transfer to another teacher." And they could do that with the just by telling them they want to transfer. They'll do it, click a couple buttons. "Okay, you're now Mrs. Kathy's now your teacher." I'm like, "Okay, fuck him. I'm going on to Miss Kathy. She's now my 5th grade teacher." But he was obviously doing that, like treating the boys like shit to systematically like work us out so he could get his classroom just full of little girls.
And didn't you say that, like, years later, it turned out that he was actually arrested? He was charged.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Basically, that's the story. And then, like, years and years later, I'm in middle school in 7th, 8th grade, whatever the heck. I don't know how old I was. But and all of a sudden, my mom is in her room. I'm playing video games, and my mom goes, "Anthony, come here." And I ran into her room. "What?" And she points at the TV, and there he is on the screen. "Mr. Zana arrested for having CP," and I looked into it more, and he like touched girls and stuff. And one thing that really sticks out too, one piece of information is he always had Jolly Ranchers. That was his candy. He always had Jolly Ranchers, and there would be times that I had some Jolly Ranchers sitting in his class. There's a story where one of the girls that came out, she said that she came up to him, and this is what I read. She came up to him, asked him for a Jolly Rancher, and he slipped one into his pocket and said, "Yeah, go ahead, get it." And she reached her hand in there and felt something and stuff. And yeah, so. But
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Why is your camera frozen, Gene?
It is?
Yeah, everybody else is fine. Yours, all of a sudden, you're frozen. Maybe just turn it off.
It's not frozen on my screen.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's not frozen
He's
on mine.
Yeah, he's fine now. You're good now.
Okay. Well, yeah, like I said, I got a lot of relatives who are educators, so I've dealt with their stupid nonsense and everything. But you just you see that kind of like bureaucrat syndrome, like you talked about the one staff member, like the vice principal or the administrative staff. They're like, oh no, like they're a teacher, they're qualified, they're licensed.
Well, they've been a
should know.
teacher for like 20 years. Both his parents were teachers. He's acting like he just couldn't possibly, or she was acting like he couldn't possibly.
Yeah, and a lot of my relatives. What's that?
Go ahead. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, a lot of my relatives, they would have that attitude of like they live in their pampered suburban middle class American bubble. And like I said, that naive romanticism, the lack of critical thinking, just believing what you want to believe, things will work the way they're meant to work. So you see that in our educational system where it's like they don't care if kids treat other kids poorly. If a kid does something to an educator, they're not going to hesitate to punish that kid, suspend them, give them a detention. But what about when educators mistreat and abuse students? Well, that can't happen. Like a teacher wouldn't do that in the same way a cop wouldn't engage in an act of brutality. And I always like my relatives who are educators, it's always like, so you're saying this system where a teacher's given a referral, they write down on that piece of paper, they make a bunch of unfounded claims, and what they write down on that piece of paper is considered to be pure, unquestionable, dogmatic truth. You're telling me that we live on planet Earth, the same planet where the slave trade, the Holocaust, and 9/11 happened? And you're saying that somebody lying and making up a bunch of false claims, that can't happen?
I don't know if you know this,
there's no checks and balances.
but your coffee now
They said
contains
X is true,
bird
therefore
poop.
X is true. Like, you don't think that's a bit naive?
Growing up in high school, I had two girls that had tiggle bitties.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually shared study hall. And I was fucking lazy towards the end, junior year, senior year. So we would cheat off each other. And they would wear low-cut t-shirts during math class. And for some reason, we would have the same answers, but we would get different grades. So this math teacher, was a little
Really?
bit...
Yeah, and that's another thing too, is that teacher would try his best to he would just like try his best to fail me in his class. He wanted me to, like, it was weird.
We all know that can't happen. Somebody using an emotional bias to like determine how they're going to grade one kid over another. No, they're completely fair and rational. They're nothing but professional, because human beings doing things they're not supposed to be doing, that doesn't happen. On planet Earth, the same planet where kids in Africa.
And then when they get
are
caught, they'll just claim that, oh, it was an accident. They'll do the Shabisky.
They started.
Yeah. This video is age restricted.
Oh, don't watch, maybe then. I don't know.
Well, they don't
What
let
is
you
it?
play it on other sites if
Turn it down a bit. Oh.
Across the United
Turn it
States,
down, yeah.
officers use force
Get him,
against
he
prisoners
won't
with mental
stand up. He's
disabilities
sitting still.
unnecessarily,
Taser.
excessively, and even maliciously.
Well, I mean, they yelled, "Stop resisting." So clearly, when somebody yells something, like once again, somebody opens their mouth and makes a claim, it must be a valid claim.
Prisoners with feelings are more likely to have disciplinary problems.
Now, son.
2 + 2 = 5 because I say it equals 5, and if you open your mouth and say something, that statement must be true. I mean, hey. But let's make fun of people when they bring up things like assertions and begging the question.
They wind up in solitary confinement and to be subjected to use of force by corrections staff.
Prisoners are beaten, pepper sprayed, shot with electric stun guns. They end up with broken bones. They end up with lacerations, burns, stitches, and sometimes they end up dead.
Lopez, come to the door. Christopher Lopez suffered
Man,
mental illness for most of his adult life.
I've got a pepper spray story.
Go ahead.
Dude, somebody I used to know from my past life, he was in prison for a short time. And, a couple of years he did, I think. I don't remember what for. He said, I forget what even the beef was about. Long story short, he was standing, I was thinking about it earlier because, I saw how it was described with, like, the 2 levels of prisons right there where there's cells up top. Well, he was upstairs leaning over the rail, and he said dude came out behind him and just shanked him he shanked him like 3 times. Then homie's like bleeding and shit, so he grabs him and starts beating him up. But then literally, like, the second he starts hitting him, like, that's when the security guard looks at him and she's like, "Oh, you fucked up," and fucking sprayed him in the eyes with pepper spray. And she got both of them, and as it is, inmates start fighting. But yeah, he got pepper sprayed for getting shanked and defending himself. And he said, "Dude, let me tell you, I did fuck up because I will never fuck up again." Because
Wait,
dude, have fun.
Don't you think, like, you mentioned that, like, her pepper spraying the dude for getting shaken and standing up for himself? How often do you think that happens where it's like somebody in prison where people get assaulted
every time,
and they get in trouble because they're part of the violent
every time?
Yeah, even in school, a kid beats up another kid, and both kids get suspended.
Well, yeah, I didn't get into much fights as a kid, and I remember one time this one dude that always liked to fight people just, like, randomly chose that he wanted to fight me, and he, like, when I wasn't even looking at him, he just straight up hit me in the temple here, and then just, like, I don't know, I tried to fight and stuff, but he smashed and what ended up happening was I had to do community service. I'm a disabled, like, I'm the disabled dude with fucking seizures and shit, getting punched in the head and attacked, and because I fucking did a drunk, or not a drunken, but like a fucking fighter's flight shitty punch and hit him back and hurt him a little bit, that means I have to do community service. It's like,
Well,
like, that's
like
silly.
You mentioned fight or flight, like getting assaulted, stuff like that, standing up for yourself. Like, those people, it's like, nope, there's never an excuse for hitting back. Regardless of what kind of situation they'd be in, they would use willpower.
I should have fought that shit.
Like, this is why I hate people. Like, this kind of mentality right there. Like, somebody, like you said, like, they would not respond
I got
in
attacked.
a way that...
Like, yeah, as if they if I punched them, like, they wouldn't fucking try to defend themselves. If somebody attacked them, they're not gonna try to swing or kick back to try to keep themselves safe. Yeah, but I got penalized for that.
It's black and white thinking where it's like, hey, it takes 2 people to fight, and it's like, well, maybe there are scenarios where one person is pretty much in the right and the other person is the main instigator.
Yeah.
And there are scenarios where it's 2 people butting heads, but you will see people do that all the time. The fallacy of a single cause, where it's like, hey, well, X is true because I say X is true. This false dichotomy where it takes 2 people. Like, you must have done something to them to give them a good reason to do what they did, because people can never do bad things for bad and unjust reasons.
Yeah.
He died at the San Carlos Correctional Facility in Pueblo, Colorado.
Fender Lopez.
Here's another story I have.
Fucking Dingle.
There's this
laughed
kid.
at that too.
He's such a douche.
What did Dingle say?
It's like, Shab probably deserved it. Community service probably did you some good. Yeah. They, like, took me to an old folks home or something and had me, like, clean shelves and organize stuff. It's like, that's what I get for getting attacked by someone. They gotta organize some shit. What are you saying?
Crow was talking about getting out of some community service earlier. I was a dumbass in middle school. I was all fucked up. I, got a little high at school and had to, go through the motions with that. Long story short, they tried to get me to write Christmas letters to veterans, but in those letters, they wanted me to include, by the way, I'm writing this letter because I'm a part of this program, and here's what I did, and here's what I'm going to do to better myself. And I went to the judge, and he was like, so why didn't you do your community service? And I was like, because the only thing they gave me to do, well, because I did half of it. I did like a pancake breakfast for Santa Claus bullshit. I was doing dishes and shit for that. Well, I told the judge, I was like, dude, these soldiers are hoping for letters from their family members or someone who loves them. And these people wanted me to sit there and tell them, oh, I'm a bad boy and this is what I did. And they don't want to hear that from me. So I respectfully declined to offend some veteran with something he does not care about. And they were like, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, they wanted to get me the fuck out of there.
Well, fuck, I had I think it was like 40 hours on the other person, my other friend, that I just fudged. I fudged it. 40 hours for the guy that I was already had to do community service with. And then like another 7 hours, and then I was for actually one of my friends, and then like 3 hours of actual work.
Well, I mean, this one story, like punishing both parties. There's this one kid. His name was like Danny, and this one kid got mad because he said something or whatever, but he punched the kid in the face and broke his jaw, and the kid had to get his jaw wired shut, and that kid got suspended, but the kid both got suspended, and I'm like, the dude got punched in the face, and like, from what I heard, he got sucker punched, where like he was walking down the hallway and the kid ran up and punched him. So I'm like in my like first period class, and these two teachers are talking, and they're talking about him coming back from like suspension and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, kids are gonna bully Danny. And the one teacher's like, why would you say that? It's like, you should not be working with children when you are that blind and absent-minded to like just reality, like this more like naive romanticism, wishful thinking. Do you honestly think if a kid gets punched in the face and they get their jaw wired shut, they're not going to be bullied for that? Like, are you a dumbass? I mean, like, I don't know. It's like,
that's what you should have told her, John.
Yeah, well, I asked her, I'm like, so are you honestly going to tell me you don't think kids will bully another kid for like getting attacked in a fight? I mean, and she's like, I don't, it's like, okay, whatever. But, yeah, but it's like, once again, that's a scenario where from what I know, the kid didn't even like fight back at all. He just got punched and like, he was knocked out. And it's like, they suspended both of the kids. Well, the one kid got expelled, the other kid got suspended, but still, like, maybe if you get sucker punched and you get your jaw wired shut, maybe that kid shouldn't be suspended.
Third chance to come to the door and cuff up.
Over the course of 7 hours,
We will have the team enter your cell.
the corrections and medical staff, in an effort to follow policy, videotaped the last hours of Christopher Lopez's life.
Defender refuses to comply with directives. Team leader, you have permission to enter cell.
You can hear labored breathing by Lopez. He's now in the restraint chair. The restraint chair is like a wheelchair, except your hands are tied and you're shackled at the waist and your ankles are tied. He's got a spit hood over him to prevent him from spitting at any officers. Mr. Lopez had a grand mal seizure. It was clearly audible and visible from where all the guards were, and no one lifts a finger to help him.
I don't know, it's really kind of funny. I don't know if that's seizure or not. We can tell not
Lopez, we're going to take you out of the chair. Okay? Maybe a little more comfortable. I'll look at the changes. Okay.
Now, like, they're discussing how they don't go into help. Here's another story. Like, my one relative, who is an educator, was dating this one guy who he used to be like a correction, or he worked at a jail for like booking and everything, a bookings officer. And he was talking about how this one guy was on drugs, and like, and when we're talking about police brutality, this is his story of like how like people who like criticize police brutality don't know what they're talking about, and this shows how much of a dumb fuck he is. It's like this guy came in and he stripped down a dude in his cell and he was splashing toilet water on his head and then he was like scratching his face and stuff. And he's essentially talking about how we all sat outside the cell and watched in amusement as this guy was like under the influence of something and he was committing self-harm. And the guy doesn't even realize that like he's trying to criticize people, like refuting people criticizing police brutality. And then it's like, I brought that up to him. I'm just like, so you guys all sat there and chuckled and were having your little sadistic pleasure laughing at somebody hurting themselves instead of going in and helping them. And then there's this awkward silence and you can see it in his face, him like those rustic cogs in his head turning, trying to put it together. And then his response is like, you know what? Yeah, it's like, okay, like, yeah, just yell and throw a fit. Like, yep.
I get to watch a man suffer and laugh about it, okay? Yeah. I am.
Needed is immediate medical attention to find out what's wrong with him. Had they done a blood draw, they would have seen a sodium deficiency. They would have given him an IV, a saline IV, and he would have been fine.
It's become pretty well known in the United States that jails and prisons have become de facto mental health facilities. Yet they don't have the mental health staff and resources to provide treatment. So you have untreated or undertreated people, and they may act out in ways that break prison rules. Prisoners with mental disabilities end up disproportionately in solitary confinement, which heightens the risk of force being used against them. In case after case after case, what we found was that custody staff were using force to respond to minor, non-threatening misconduct.
Officers are taught that inmates need to obey. I mean, it's a militaristic top-down organization, so a lot of orders are barked.
I mean, that's kind of like once again, like in and out of the prisons, like you have police officers where it's like somebody's walking across the street and the cop tells them to stop because they're jaywalking because the person's like just trying to process it. Oh, what? Like, you want me to stop? Like, what are they supposed to do? So because the cops are they're such power trippers, where if they even get the slightest hint that a person isn't like respecting their authority, they just slam the person's face on the fucking concrete. And you see the same thing in these prisons. It's like if they are not cooperating 100%, it's like I'm a big baby on a power trip, and it justifies all of my bad behavior, and it's black and white. If they weren't being compliant 100% all the way through, that justifies me not doing everything I should have done. And you'll have a bunch of dumbasses that defend it, and they use that black and white, all or nothing kind of logic. A person not being 100% in the right in a scenario by default makes the other party 100% of the right. The person the person was resisting, so that's why it was okay for the cop to bash the person's head in multiple times with their fists. So yeah.
I do gotta say, John, that in Hollywood and whatnot, if they're doing like a show, The Rookie, I can't remember any new ones, but they do have a character that does that, but they do discourage that. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying there is a character in most of those episodes that there is a person that discriminates, and they do penalize that person.
Are you drunk, Crow?
No.
No. You're little.
I'm always fucked up.
For count, do what I say right now.
Your refusal to comply with my orders of voluntary exit is noted. In accordance with California Code Regulations 153268, we are authorized to use force, including chemical agents, to physically extract you.
People with mental illness who've lost contact with reality may feel very threatened by the correction officers, and they're less likely to obey direct orders. Sometimes thinking is so confused that they don't understand what a non-mentally ill person would understand to be a direct order.
The behavior is seen by most correctional staff that maybe are marginally trained or not well trained at all as just misbehavior that must be addressed forcefully. What we see in some of these videos is the application of massive amounts of OC pepper spray as a means to try to...
I mean, like, if they're acting out in a certain way due to mental illness, it shouldn't be viewed as they're mentally ill, and the brain is the organ associated with judgment and behavior. So if somebody has a psychiatric disorder, maybe that's why there's certain signs of problems with thought and behavior or proper judgment. So what you do is ignore the fact that they have issues with mental illness and just physically assault them and punish them for it, because If I had the same psychiatric disorder once more, I would function perfectly fine. Mental illness is no excuse for having symptoms of mental illness.
You get that inmate to conform. They simply don't do anything but cause pain.
Correction staff throughout the country do not get sufficient training in techniques to avoid the use of force, nor do they get sufficient training to understand how to manage a mentally ill prisoner. The time spent in trying to figure out how to de-escalate a situation or in understanding mentally ill prisoners is minuscule.
The violence that we have found against prisoners with mental disabilities is not by and large the result of, quote, rogue officers or a few bad apples. Leadership has tolerated or condoned or refused to stand up against patterns and practices that have become pervasive. We have a responsibility to every single person.
Yeah, it's pervasive, and people don't speak out against it because people want to believe that it's a just world and things work. Well, like why would we address this issue? Because like addressing it means that we got to acknowledge that there is an issue. The first step to solving a problem is acknowledging that there's a problem. Like with all these things, why don't people speak out against it? Because people want to live in rainbows and sunshine land.
We put behind bars, that they are treated with respect for their basic humanity, their basic dignity.
Yeah. Well, hey, trying to advocate for human rights and calling out people for like violating other people's human rights, that means I got to acknowledge that people are having their human rights violated. And I don't know, that's not rainbows and sunshine.
Turn around and place your hands behind your back, please. Watch your head.
God.
Turn around and place your hands behind your back, please. Watch your head, please.
When the cuffs go on, my freedom is gone.
County WC 12, 242A, Sally Port. Slide out feet first, please.
I recently spent some time in the Williamson County Jail to learn what it's like to be an inmate.
How did you take your watch off, put it on the table?
I had to take off my shoes, my jewelry, and hand them over.
Okay, so you got phone?
I also have to answer a list of very
Who the
personal
fuck
questions.
edited this video?
Yeah, it is poorly
Fucking
edited,
idiot.
and,
Well, the audio.
Yeah. But the it's also like one thing I want to know is like, do they actually know that like this is kind of like a proxy thing, or do they?
Do you have any dependency problems?
'Cause, I mean, that's definitely going to influence how they treat her.
Any medications in the last 6 months? Have you attempted suicide?
Well, that's why I like 60 days in. Some of those guys that, or people that join 60 days in are actual correctional facility people or cops themselves.
Here, guess we'll go to the next
Now I need you to spot.
next video because the audio
Turn around, place your hands behind your
all
back, please.
fucked up here.
Watch your
And solitary confinement, and the UN considers solitary confinement to be a form of torture. So, and I'll have people that you talk about solitary confinement being a problem and being a form of torture. People are like, oh no, it's not torture. And how much do you want to bet that the reason why people want to play around with semantics and claim that it's not torture is because they don't want to acknowledge that in America, which is supposed to be one of the more developed countries on the planet, we are torturing people in our prisons.
For the past 15 years, life for inmate Jeremy Beasley has been simple and stark. 22.5 hours locked alone in a windowless cell. Then, for about 90 minutes, he's moved into a concrete pen without windows. Beasley is one of more than 1,000 inmates who live in these conditions at Pelican Bay State Prison, California's highest security lockup.
That's what I discussed, like the kind of environment, the decor, the aesthetics, like how much of an effect it has on somebody's mental health and their behavior and everything. It's like once again, I don't know. People have issues mentally. Maybe they shouldn't be locked in a concrete room. Well, at least they give him something that he can do to
I haven't had
entertain
human
himself
contact with
with.
anybody without being chained since 2004. Conditions back here are horrible. You don't get no sunlight. You don't get no. The only exercise is a walk on the yard, which I'm not seen the yard yet. And now we get a stupid handball to throw around the wall. And it's it's fun for the first 10 minutes when you're by yourself. It's a new little toy. But like with any new toy, you get bored of it real quick.
It's fun for the first 10 minutes. He's clearly deranged because of how he's been treated. He actually said it's fun for the first 10 minutes throwing a handball against the wall. Look at what this is doing to people.
You know, I've seen guys lose their minds back here. I've seen guys change. I've changed back here. You know what I mean? I became angry. I became bitter. And even my thought process now is way different from what it was. You know what I mean? I wasn't a saint before. You know what I mean? And to tell you the truth, I don't know how I'm gonna react with people when I get out there. I believe that certain people should be isolated. I believe I'm seeing things a little bit different now. Even back then, I mean, I kind of see how CDC has isolated for who we were, what we've done. But without no sunlight, without going years with no sunlight, going years in isolation, I've seen guys that everybody changes in a certain way. I've seen guys that pull into themselves. I've seen guys that hear things that ain't there. I've seen guys that anger issues. That's one of the biggest things about being back here is the anger issues, and I have that. I get angry at a drop of a hat for no reason at all. And I was never like that until after 5, 6.
Now, emotionally, do you think, like, once again, discussing the blank slate fallacy and people believing human beings are, like, ignoring the empiricism of the brain, do you think that maybe genetically there's some people that are more, like when it comes to emotional stability, do you think that maybe genetically it's a lot more difficult for certain people to control their temperament and to control their emotional outbursts compared to others?
It could be. I mean, there's other types of, quote unquote torture, like just having a drop of water on your head every couple seconds. That could fuck you up too.
Yeah, well, he's talking about a form of torture, Gene, where
not.
Well, no,
you're not familiar with that. People like you being restrained and then a drop of water. Like, you just sit there and you have, and over again, you just drops of water on your head.
Waterboarding?
No.
No.
You've never seen that before or heard of that?
I think I've seen, like, what you're referring to, but I'm talking about, like, I was talking about, like, mood issues, like,
yeah, everything's genetic.
Like, yes, everything's genetic.
So, of course, the answer is yes.
Here's back here.
The fuck did he just fix up there?
I don't know.
Oh, it's like a hoop? Oh, he has
a hoop. It would be
hoop.
nice to look outside. It would be nice to look out a window and see the outside. That would be nice.
When was the last time you saw the moon?
The moon? I don't even know.
See, that's what he's, like, trying to, like, petition for, a window. This guy is like, oh yeah, like, they give you a ball for the first 10 minutes is fun. I mean, it would be nice, like, if they could just give you a window. Like that's how. I don't know. Do you think maybe solitary confinement should definitely be considered a form of torture?
What did this guy do to get solitary confinement? What do you do?
Well, there's some
fighting and subordination.
Yeah. Well, there's that, but there's also supermax prisons. So there are prisons that have like 23-hour lockdown, where everyone in the prison, that's just how it's structured, is just in 23-hour confinement.
It would have to have been back in 98.
1998.
Yeah, 1998 at the very least, yeah.
Stars, same.
Stars, I haven't seen stars like in a prison.
Yeah, do you think maybe we should cover something more upbeat next week? Do you think this episode's been kind of a downer?
Well, I don't know, John. Let me see real quick. If April Fool's Day falls on a Sunday, that'd be a great opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a Friday. Shucks.
Tonight, come with us to write.
Solitary confinement has the most fascinating history in the United States. The United States was actually the leader in modern times of introducing solitary confinement to the world. It was actually introduced by the Quakers as a noble experiment in rehabilitation. There was a belief that you could put a...
Did you say the Quakers?
Yep. Quakers invented solitary confinement.
It's kind of odd because I thought the Quaker denomination, they're pretty pacifist compared to other Christian. Yeah.
That's the most passive thing you can do to a human. Just lock them in a box.
Freed from the evil influences of modern society. And if you put them in that cell, they would become like a penitent monk, free to come close to God and to their own inner being, and they would naturally heal from the evils of the outside society.
I mean, if you're doing it willingly on your own, that kind of willful isolation, well, temporarily, I know Buddhist monks will do it for meditation, but the thing is, you're doing it on your own accord, and it's something that's only temporary.
Experiment. That was an absolute catastrophe. By the 1830s, statistical evidence began to accumulate that there was an inordinate incidence of psychosis suicide and that people just deteriorate. By 1890, there was major condemnation of the institution by the United States Supreme Court. And so the experiment with solitary confinement gradually diminished as evidence became unmistakable that this was causing disastrous psychiatric consequences.
On our special segment tonight, the subject is overcrowding. Prison overcrowding.
The state has the nation's largest prison system and also one of the most overcrowded.
Outdated, overcrowded, and near a state of crisis.
3 times as many inmates.
So after the Quakers experiment, the United States abandoned the use of solitary confinement. But then in the 1970s, we began to put unprecedented numbers of people in prison, and so you had terribly overcrowded conditions and prisons that looked like they were about to become out of control.
Prison populations reached an all-time high in this country last month, and one prison burst under restraint. Inmates set fire to 13 buildings and attacked prison guards.
The other thing that happened is that there were increasing numbers of mentally ill prisoners coming into the prison system. Their behavior was harder to understand, it was harder to control. Prison systems didn't have the resources to properly deal with them.
Marion, America's toughest person. Conditions are so tense, officials...
Going over this again and again throughout the video, but maybe send less people to prison, so it's easier to manage the people in prison.
I'll say, the prison is in a virtual state of siege. In October 1983, 2 inmates, already serving life sentences, murdered 2 guards in the same cell block the same day.
Well, in 1983, there were 2 officers within 24 hours that were killed by the Aryan Brotherhood. The staff at Marion were completely demoralized. They felt that we had to do something to protect them from these inmates, and we had to do something to protect inmates from these inmates. The Bureau of Record got involved and said, lock it down. It wasn't just a day, it wasn't a week, it was a permanent lockdown.
The entire prison was locked down. That is, every man was confined to his cell to restore order.
Now there is nearly 1 guard for every inmate. Unruly inmates can be chained to their concrete slab beds for hours, even days.
The high security, the lockdown, was created out of necessity to maintain control of the inmates.
Now, like I said, like when it comes to, like, I can understand, like, you need scenarios where you need to isolate somebody from others, but you can still have an environment where they're not in this, like, cubicle that only gives them, like a little over double the radius of, like, their arm's length, and, like, you could still give them things to entertain themselves with, and a room that doesn't look desolate as hell with this cinder block design. I mean, there's ways to make it far more fucking humane and bearable when it is necessary to isolate people. And, like, usually what they do, I know in more developed countries, or in other developed countries, is they will have places where it's a greater, like, staff to inmate ratio. So it's like a 1-to-1 ratio, and the more violent prisoners they are in a setting where they have less contact with others and stuff. But, like, that's the point. You can do it in a way where it's not just them in an empty room staring at a concrete, like, wall for like 24 hours a day.
And protection of the staff that have to face these kinds of individuals on a daily basis. We never wavered our belief that this was a necessity.
Their response to it was to employ very large-scale solitary confinement, put a ton of people in solitary, opportunities for programming, opportunities for social interaction, and that model of utter total control and harsh punishment took off in the United States. So that over time, we developed more and more supermax prisons where everyone's in solitary confinement.
Self-described team member is unknown, but the inmate has any weapons, but he is in a black box. We will be putting a spit shield on the inmate due to the that's to get 2 officers and talk to another, so we're going to take all precautions.
Okay, so this is a video, shows officers being handled. So this pretty much a correctionals officer brutality video. It looks like it's not cooperating. Became disorderly by dropping his pocket. Okay, so even if he did that, which he probably did, I mean, there's still a right way to go about restraining somebody and apprehending them that doesn't involve brutalizing them and bashing their face in and tasering them and dousing them in fucking mace. And it's more black and white thinking. It's like, hey, we had to use some force, so that justifies excessive force. The video shows different stories. Dropped toward the ground, with the officers push him on his way down. Does not show them giving any order. So it's like there's 6 officers there. The guy's handcuffed with his hands behind his back. It's like they all need to get on top of him and, like, throw punches at him because he's resisting. Because it like 6 people can't hold down one guy who's handcuffed. Home time. Stop resisting! He was resisting. We were yelling it
You know
out.
what's interesting is what's interesting with this video is there's one cop that's actually not being a dickhole, and it's the one with the camera on him right now.
And
right? He's like,
as they're pushing him down.
maybe even that black guy there. He's just like close to the situation, but he's not really doing anything. But it's like, like how there's. Like how out of this huge group, there's only one cop that's like, okay, I don't really need to join in with that, obviously. There's enough men. I'll just stand here and watch, you know. I don't know.
Well, they're all like in helmets. They're all completely armored and padded and protected. The guy is has his arms handcuffed behind his back, and I think he's also like
they're
like in
decked out like
shackles.
SWAT members.
Yeah, and their
It's
attitude
a
is
SWAT
like
team.
they can't. Well, it's like the guy punching him right there. Why is that necessary? Like, even if the guy isn't cooperating, what is he going to do to them? Like, there's no reason to be doing that. I think this guy, like, once again, people like that, they just kind of like, I get to punch somebody in the face.
Spit shield.
What's with you? You consolidate in your stand. Drop your knee. Drop your knee. All right.
What is that?
See, so delivers several punches, whatever his face is, who's on the ground in shackles. Do you think that's necessary?
Oh my god, dude.
No, that's straight up abusing force.
Well, I mean, the guy is a criminal. Was in prison. Are any of the guys like smearing his blood against the wall with their punches and everything? Like, do any of those dudes have criminal records?
Well, smearing blood across the whole thing defeats the whole purpose of the fucking the spit take. I mean, you're getting bodily fluids here and there, so like, what's the point of the whole fucking the spit bite?
So he doesn't spit on you.
So he doesn't spit on the officers because they're special.
Yeah. They don't want spit on their like helmets, so that's why. Yeah, they don't care about getting blood smeared all over the wall of the cell. I mean, he. Now, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think maybe the guys that attacked him, they're kind of violent criminals.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I don't know. Like, in those supermax prisons, I think pretty much all the guys involved here, at least like the four of them, all in the riot gear and stuff, they're more deserving of being in that supermax setting than the majority of the people that were in that previous video we watched. Do you disagree?
I like what Chevy said. He said, treat someone like an animal, they will act like one. And it's like 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, however long ago that was, when we were watching the guy splashing and shit.
Yeah.
And we think, oh, what a just...
We should all be cops and stop all this shit.
Yeah. But you think,
I mean,
like,
yeah, they're splashing and stuff. Like, look at what we got to deal with. Like, how do you expect us
Well-
to get rid of solitary confinement when this is the welcoming committee?
it's like, yeah, it's like, we look at them doing splashing and acting like crazy bastards, and you know, in there, and look at them like they're crazy animals or something like that. But it's like, then look at shit like this. If I was this guy, I'd fucking hate every one of these fucking guards so much. Maybe not every one, but most of them are fucking him up. Any ones that aren't fucking him up, that, you know, I guess you're gonna hate them. But
That's
fucking
a good point.
yeah, and,
Like-
and then they want to be surprised that they're getting piss splashed on them and shit. It's like, I'd fucking splash piss all over your stupid ass too. You do smear my blood across the wall and shit. I'll fucking throw my fucking feces at you. I don't care. Like, I'll do
Yeah, and that
anything to
one-
get your stupid ass back. You know, at
The one
that
cop
point.
was like, solitary confinement. We shouldn't get rid of that. Like, look at what he did to the side of my, those kids did to the side of my head. Like, we don't know what happened. So maybe the guy did engage in formal practice and stuff. But I mean, if he's the kind of guy that did shit like this, it's like, you're a disgusting pig. No wonder they went out of their way to attack you like that, you piece of shit. And then you're the victim. Like, we need to have kids in solitary confinement because I did shit like this to them. And then look at what they did to me.
But you
Almost
can
treat-
tell
like,
by
treat-
watching this video that's
Yeah.
like, it's not all the guards that
It's
are
not
the
all of them.
problem. It's just like, you could tell there's aggressors and stuff, and then there's ones that are kind of standing back there to just help
but then there's
assist
the mob
and stuff.
mentality, like, oh, it's escalating. Let me do my job. I might get a promotion.
It looks like the guy we're watching the camera on and that black guy right there, they're not really interested in beating the shit out of the guy. They're just doing their job. And
Yeah.
and
But the
the other
majority of
guys
them-
are like, we're fucking tough. Oh, we're gonna fucking throw you around, punch you and shit. I'm gonna show you how manly I am. I was
have some fun.
Yeah.
Fucked
Fucking
by the
pricks.
long dick of the law.
I haven't seen any action all day.
Hey, banana flat.
Well, they did yell to stop resisting. How much do you like? You know that they probably brought that up like 1,000,001 times. They told them to stop resisting.
Mm-hmm.
Follow me to the back. Back up the side of my voice. Back out. Turn around, back up. Drop down your knees. Drop down your knees. Is this what they make better? Turn the camera.
7:56 p.m.
It's not you. It's outside. Turn the camera.
8:01 p.m.
Turn the camera.
8:03 p.m.
Hey. Let's take you off the face. Take the station off the face. Break the flat. Take the
Shit pisses me off.
Ruins of it. Oh god, I hate how the apartment connections. God, where do you turn it? Fuck.
It's kind of interesting, that little interaction there when he asked him to put the thing through there. I don't know. I just realized, I just noticed that he said, he handed it through him, he got it, and he said, we're done. And, right? And then he walks off. And it's probably something that they're trained to do, is to be as emotionless as they can be with inmates
Assertive.
and stuff. Well, I mean, like, a normal human being would be like, thank you. All right, you know, and then walk off. But instead he's like, all right, we're done. You know, and I feel like that's probably that's
if you wanna
the
be
opposite
treated-
of what they should be doing,
Yeah.
is trying to detach themselves from them, like, from treating them normally and stuff, and I don't know, it's just silly.
Well, I mean, if you want to be treated with any level of decency, Shab, don't go to prison.
Yeah, right.
It's like, at least for full, I'm sure it's like $15. And only man voice hold. You don't do that, but we do. You're just transport chair. Transport chair.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Sit down. Sit back up in the chair.
Sit back. Sit back.
It's not
Sit back.
cooperating.
Sit back then.
Oh. Yep, this dude needs to be in prison. That disgusting fucking pig right there.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, that dude, like, kick his fucking ass, that dirty fucking criminal, put him in prison, have him splashed on, let that guy have his way. Like, oh my god, if you're a fucking cop in America, if you're a corrections officer, you're one of the worst fucking criminals in society. You're a disgusting, filthy fucking pig. And look at this dude, he's so fucking scrawny, most people could probably kick his ass. He works this job because, like, yeah, he gets to tell other people what to do. Yeah.
Officer Hamhocks holding the fucker down. Like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm just doing my job.
Yeah, and that fat fuck of a piece of shit right there. Somebody needs to beat his fucking face
Basically,
in.
everybody involved in this.
Yeah, they're all a bunch of dirty fucking criminals.
I'm grinding my teeth right now. I hate this fucking shit.
What's that?
I literally just ground my teeth. I hate this fucking shit. Yeah, and Chevy makes a good point. Imagine what the fuck goes on when the body cams aren't around.
Exactly. I mean, this is just what we do see.
This is fucking disgusting.
And what I love is in all of these kind of like videos and stuff, like what you see is like, look at their reports, what their perspective, what happened was. This is where like we discussed like in all these scenarios where there's no checks and balances with authority figures, it's like everyone's the protagonist of their own life story. Isn't it convenient that what they write down in their own report is absolutely not at all, is not accurate in the slightest to what actually happened? Kind of funny. But it's just a few bad apples.
Oh no, this is totally him resisting. Yeah. His pants are halfway down and they fucking beat the shit out of him.
Like, where the fuck is this a proper restraint technique?
I mean, they don't get to have some sadistic
Christ,
fun.
Dude. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Jesus fucking Christ.
You know what I'm talking about. 35 pounds.
And I mean, like the previous guy in the video where his blood was smeared all over the fucking wall and like here. When do you think they actually have somebody who's like a nurse or some medical aid? Like, when do you think they're actually given some kind of medical? You just bash their fucking face in and throw them in a fucking concrete room. Yeah.
I was wondering that too.
That's the thing. It's like in all these scenarios, it's like all the people working in these prisons, they're more deserving of fucking being in prison. Like, I don't know. Like, it's like,
honestly, man, I hate to be all Hammurabi and shit, but I'd tie that cop down and beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Piece of shit.
I would give that man
Piece of shit.
a sweet old kiss.
Nope.
Ain't that right,
let
Sam?
the guy that he beat the shit out of right there, like, tie that cop up to that fucking chair and let the guy there have his fucking way. Give him 10 minutes and let him have his fucking fun. I mean, like my thing is, it's like I said, like those residential treatment facilities for like the troubled youth, like maybe like we're like charging Nazis that committed in their crimes. They like, hey, technically they were going along with the system, they were following orders. It's like Maybe we should have a crackdown 20 years from now where it's like we go and get all the corrections officers, all the dirty cops, all the social workers, all the people working in those facilities. And maybe, yeah, later on it's going to be like, yep, even though you were on paper doing what you're supposed to, you knew right from wrong. You're a fucking criminal. You need to be locked away. You are a dirty, disgusting fucking pig. And 99.9% of the people in these prisons are less deserving to beat into a bloody fucking pulp than you.
That's really focused on. I swear I'm gonna host the dog. That's the worst place I've ever been through my
Put
life.
the chair in there?
That's the worst place I've ever been through my life. I have, oh my god. I just turned my head to the left and went straight because I had something on. Right in here. I didn't even ask me my health problems or anything.
His pants aren't even up. Come on. What the fuck?
Oh god, they're telling him what to do and he's not following orders after they just beat the shit out of him.
What's your name? I'm not talking? What's your name? Listen, you pull up the chair like you so. Don't fight, man. It's a lot more easier, right? The lip or the, See, listen, listen to me. Listen, so when I pull you up the chair, you should be quiet and stand up to the next one, right? Don't fight. Stand straight up. I'm from next to stand up.
The COs are don't bite, don't bite. He's in a fucking goddamn fucking wheelchair and strapped down.
It's like, I don't know, it would be like you're in like a Hannibal Lecter kind of setup. It's like you're completely strapped to a fucking board and it's like, oh, they're resisting. That's why we have to like bash them in the face with the baton. It's like, and there, you know damn well that there are people that would watch this and actually still try to defend the fucking officers here.
Oh, fuck! Oh, my knees are off! Oh, oh! I can't even see it. Oh, I'm grabbing my legs, grabbing my legs.
Relax.
Yeah. Just let me use my hand. Oh.
You know, it almost seems like the cop that's recording this is trying to document it, like to do this guy justice almost. Like you notice
we don't know. But,
but you notice how he did that? Like it's almost like he didn't just like. Because, I mean, I don't know. It's almost like it wasn't just him observing it. It was him trying to document, like, show that the injury of the knees. You know, as much as we sit back and we go, oh, my God, a bunch of cop pieces of shit. Seems like, you know, maybe there's a hero here, and he's the guy holding the camera.
Yeah. I'm surprised that nobody's been like, shut that shit off.
What's that?
I'm surprised nobody's been like, hey, cut that off, or whatever, because... I mean,
yeah, maybe they think that he had his camera off and he kept it. I don't know, but it seems kind of like he's trying to document it almost.
Well, like here's the thing, like with the Rodney King scenario, it's like that was a guy who just had one of those like home like camcorders like on standby when that happened, and then people are like, oh well, it's astronomically rare. That was just happenstance. Then it's like everyone has smartphones. Everyone has HD video cameras where you can just document stuff up on the internet. It's happening all the fucking time. It's just a few bad apples. Then we give cops body cams. They know they're being fucking recorded. There's dash cams. They know they're on fucking camera, and they still do it. And they'll make excuses. The camera fell off. Their cops are a bunch of dumb fucks. You'll see them like, I'm planting drugs, and they forget to turn the camera off when they record themselves planting the drugs. There's a video where it's like several cops were beating the shit out of one person, and the one officer, she's like, oh, I'm turning off the camera, when they were already being filmed. I'm sorry, but no, like this kind of work, it attracts some of the most disgusting fucking human beings on the planet.
Until we leave. Okay, stop. Okay, man, please, it hurts, it burns, it hurts, please, help me get through the flex. Okay, take the heart myself, I don't even know what to feel first. Hold on, guys, just go with me. My elbows hurt so bad. My wrist hurts so bad, please, it hurts so bad. I don't know what's like that, we can't kick. Oh, please. Oh, please.
Oh, he's not in pain.
I broke my hand 5 times.
All you have to do is be cooperative and nothing will be done to you. Nothing at all.
Don't go to sleep, man. Go to sleep, period. I can't go to get off, man. I'm gonna be broke, man. I have to do whatever. Man, I hope, man. I broke my hand. I just got hurt. I broke my hand.
How much money do you think we, you know, spend in taxes as far as stuff like this?
Way too fucking much.
Yep. Why are they tying him to another fucking chair? Like, what the hell is going on here? Like, I don't know. Like, I think 20 years later, when it's like AI and robots replace cop, which they're probably the first occupation that should probably be replaced because of just how fucking disgusting they are. But I think like here's the thing. Like I said, like cracking down like all the Nazi criminals 20 years later. I mean, it's like you look at all these police where it's like they're not spending time in prison. The cops that walked by and there was that old man protesting. And the cops pushed him and he fell over and he was bleeding out of his ear. Those cops aren't serving time in fucking prison. It's like that one old lady where she has dementia and he broke her arm and he's sitting there like, oh, you hear the pop? I'm a typical police officer. This is fun. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. No, it is the average fucking cop here. I mean, like I don't know, maybe like 20 years later, we need a little like little criminal purge where it's like, hey, you know that man that you fucking murdered, you pushed him over, you're gonna be in prison now. Yeah, it's time for you to serve your fucking time along with the overwhelming majority of the disgusting fucking pigs that work in your occupation.
Well, I think this is fucking way far. But I think as far as like traffic stops, like, oh yeah, just mail me my ticket. But this kind of stuff is just like over the top.
It's even like traffic stops. It's like, you'll see videos where it's like, is there a problem? Like, shit, what you're doing? Wait, do you know, like it was 6:30. It's like, why don't you just write them a fucking ticket and move on? It's like, even in scenarios where it's just some minor like traffic violation, cops need to show that they're the Uber citizen and stuff. It's like, they really are just a bunch of fucking children. You know that you are an emotionally immature fucking pig if you are a fucking cop.
Well, she was restrained and pepper sprayed last year while being held at the Cuyahoga County Jail. Tonight, Chantel Glass is telling us her story.
There is also a new video of the incident, and we want to warn you, it can be difficult to watch. Andrew Renske is now live outside the jail with the tales on why Glass decided to come forward today. Drew, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Russ and Sarah. She is suing the county as well as 2 corrections officers over the abuse she alleges took place here. Abuse her attorneys say is happening too often. Attorneys for Chantel Glass went to the state Supreme Court to get this. Body camera video turned on last year only after their client was restrained and pepper sprayed in jail.
Y'all might be bleeding. I'm gonna take you to the nurse. Take her.
The mother of 3 in discomfort.
Nurse, please. You're breathing or you wouldn't be screaming.
Well, video obtained by Channel 3 gave an overhead view of what happened
Wait,
before.
what did she say? She said if you're in pain, you wouldn't be screaming or something. I don't know if she said that exactly.
Happened before.
You can see from the video that this is not something that this was new to this group of people. Just their reactions lead to that inevitable conclusion that this is a ritual of torture that they engage in time and again.
Now, how? Okay. You saw him slap her. How much do you want to bet? It's like, oh, he kicked me. I'm the authority. That's the only thing that matters. It's like what they were doing to her doesn't matter. Like you look at just how self-serving these disgusting fucking pigs are. And like the beginning of the video where they're like, oh, she's making allegations towards abuse and things like that. It's like before cameras are everywhere and this stuff, like there's indisputable proof that it's happening. Like, how much do you want to bet? Like, oh yeah, sure, the prisoner saying they were abused. Okay. And I mean, like, once again, you talk to so many people that are like a generation above us where that was their attitude. Like, it's like, hey, they're the criminals. They're the ones in prison. They're the ones in handcuffs. Those are the people who are supposed to be enforcing the law. So they must be telling the truth because people doing shit they're not supposed to be doing doesn't happen on planet Earth, the same planet where the 60 richest people have more money than the poorest 3.4 billion combined, the same planet where kids in Africa are abducted from their families and shot to death in guerrilla mobs, the same fucking planet where women in the Middle East are beaten to a bloody pulp for trying to go to school to get an education, the same fucking planet where like 2 billion people worldwide live in fucking slums, the same planet where like factories in China have nets installed to stop people from fucking killing themselves. The same world where like the slave trade, the Holocaust, 9/11 happened. Oh my God, human beings doing what they're not supposed to be doing. I don't know if I can I don't know if I can believe that that's something that actually fucking happened.
That day and pray over and over again God wouldn't die.
Glass had been arrested during a domestic incident at a relative's house and booked on an old traffic warrant. She claimed she had asked several times to make a call, only to be abused for asking. One of the officers says she threatened to kick him, and you see her lift her leg before he goes for her face.
You can see from the video that she didn't try and kick him until he hurt her.
Tonight, officers Robert Marsh and Idris Fareed Clark have been indicted on multiple charges, including assault. Both pleaded not guilty, while Glass was detained for 48 hours spending time in the cell, ultimately never being charged. And Glass claims she has asthma, which possibly made her symptoms even worse. Russ and Sarah in that video, she asked several times for a glass of
Oh, she has like
water. It appears the request also went ignored.
Yeah, I mean that's too much. Asking too much,
evil, dude. I mean, I hate to, I don't like using the word evil, honestly, because like it's like for fairy tales and shit. But like, it's fucking evil. Like that's fucking evil to sit there and yep, we're time to tie the woman in the wheelchair and like the news lady said, yeah, like they've done this before. It was like regular business for them. All right, let's tie another one up, strap her in, and let's pepper spray her. And look, was this here like they're dumping water all over her? It's fucking disgusting.
I don't think is that water. I think that was
pepper spray in her.
Yeah, they're dousing her in fucking mace.
Yeah,
they are having fun. They are enjoying themselves. These dirty fucking pigs.
Attorneys for Chantel Glass went to the state's.
Well, she was restrained and pepper sprayed last year while
Restrained and pepper sprayed.
Yeah, because she's tied down to a chair, and I mean, yeah, they really needed to bring in the fucking mace afterwards, because it's not like they already had her restrained.
And I am here to do a clinical intervention on inmate CDC number. He's looking to come out of the cell. And so at this time, Gordon's at the holding cell. So at this time, I'm going to attempt to get compliant.
Jesus.
Okay, so once more, America is one of the most developed fucking countries on the planet. I believe we have the #1 economy in GDP. And we are like in the like top like 20, top 10, top 20 countries in terms of like the Human Development Index. And it is like the 21st century. Why is that person in a standing fucking cage? Like, oh my God. Good job, humanity. The same fucking country that voted for Donald Trump.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Intervention is unsuccessful.
No.
Check the identity of these guys.
No, don't. Fucking no. Straight up, fucking don't protect the identities of these fucking guys.
Don't want to risk these guys, losing their job or something. What the fuck?
It doesn't take a lot to fuck you up. Why are you fucking spraying that shit?
Yes.
Oh, and then now everyone's fucking covered up.
Yeah, see, yeah, they have like an entire, like they have 7-8 people there, and it's like the person's in a cage, so they're currently in a situation where like they cannot do anything to them except I guess spit on them, and it's like, oh my god, I guess your life's at risk if you get spittled on. But it's like you can't, like, once again, you can't just tell them, hey, put your hands behind your back and put them outside the cage so we can handcuff you, and that's it. I mean, like, why?
I'm counting 6. That fucking dude in the back, fuck him. He just walks away. Like, oh, hey. Oh, this is going on. Oh, that's fucking normal.
Why does he have a stick?
It's a cane, and I mean, if they're if they need to mace him and they're so terrified by this guy, they have like 12 fucking people there, but yet it looks like he's a handicapped dude and he has a cane, and clearly they're not intimidated enough where they need to handcuff him. It's like, I don't know. I think they're full of shit if they claim that they honestly felt that it was necessary to mace him. like they honestly felt that it would benefit their safety to do that. I don't think they really feel threatened at all. I think, like, once again, just they're having their fucking fun.
Well, you can see, like, in Paul John, that there was the pepper spray, but you could also see that he was wearing glasses. So he was blind, or at least going blind.
Well, I mean, you clearly, when there's like, they have like a riot shield, they have all that equipment, he's in a cage, and there's like 12 people there to restrain him, and he's disabled. Clearly, like, dousing him with fucking mace was an appropriate step. Here, streaming for a while, let's get... how long have we been streaming so far?
Oh, just a little over 4 hours.
Yeah. Just a little over. Yeah, here, there's a couple other videos you definitely want to watch. And then
another case
I think we'll end it from there.
He just wanted to get out of New Mexico, but wound up in solitary confinement there for 2 years. Now Stephen Slevin has been awarded 15.5.
So, yep. This was a big story a while back, and this definitely shows how fucked up the logistics in our prison system is.
$1 million. Slevin was arrested for a DWI and accused of stealing a truck. He was tossed in jail, then solitary confinement for 2 years. Slevin says he was neglected so badly that his toenails grew around his feet, and he was not allowed to even take a shower. So to pick up the story from here, Victor Blackwell, much more on this, and it does have one wondering if this happens to him, how often does something like this happen? Because this is all before you ever had a trial, right?
There was no trial. At the end of this, the charges were just dropped. I mean, this man, he says, had to pull his own tooth because he was so neglected by the dentist at the prison. 2005, Stevens.
So I mean, nonviolent criminal. It's just yep. We forgot about him. He wasn't like sent to court. He never had a trial, and it's like, oopsies, we left this guy in solitary confinement for 2 years.
Levin arrested for DWI. He was put in a cell alone primarily because of a history of depression, mental issues. He never had this trial, and aside from a few days of evaluation at a behavioral center and 7 days of rec, he just sat in that cell for 22 months.
Was it an issue of they forgot that he even existed, or was this a denial of due process?
Partly both. I spoke with a representative from Dlive County this morning, and he told me that yes, it was a failure of the management at the prison, but also the legal community. There was never a trial date set. Attorneys never asked for him. Nothing ever happened on that end, so he just sat there. Fungus grew on his skin. He had anxiety attacks every day. Charges dropped in June of 2000.
Yeah, a lot of it is, once again, there's a lot of disgusting, unethical fucking people that are the ones in charge of supervising people in these situations. But the other thing is America, like our lack of social institution. Like the American Academy of Engineers gave the U.S. State infrastructure a grade of like D+. Like when it comes to any sort of a social program or at all, like the logistics and everything is fucking terrible.
2007. He then sued the county.
He was held for a DUI for 2 years.
In solitary confinement.
That is... Oh, my God.
Initially, he was awarded $22 million, but after mediation, that was dropped to 15.5. Let's listen now to Stephen Slevin on the day he won that case.
Bro, every day watching me deteriorate. Day after day after day. I did nothing at all to get me any help. I wanted people to know that the people at the Indiana County Jail that are doing things like this to people and getting away with it.
Yeah, the first payments.
It's clearly just the exception to the rule here, and that's the excuse that assholes like this make over and over and over again. Because I remember this happened when I was in high school. So when I was in high school, this happened. I remember adults. They're like, "Oh, well, occasionally, like just the few bad apples fallacy, the just world fallacy, illusionary optimism." Whenever fucked up things like this happen, oh no, it's not a systemic like issue. It's not some kind of like institutionalized issue. No, it's just it's always the anomaly and the exception to the rule. Things work exactly the way they should, like 99.9% of the time. It's so rare that stuff like this like ever does happen. We don't need to pay any attention to it and even like discuss reform.
$12 million will be today or tomorrow wired to him. But here's another element. He's suffering from lung cancer, and he's going through chemotherapy. So the question is, how long will he live? Because he's already outlived the prognosis from his doctors.
Oh, extraordinary. Wow, you have to keep us posted on that one. That really is a jaw-dropper of a case.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Victor.
Sure.
And this is another one that shows the logistics of how fucked up it is in American.
Half days in a windowless cell. No
This
food
is a
or
minor, I
water the
think.
entire time. No one even checked on him. He was never formally arrested or charged. This didn't happen in a lawless developing country. It happened in San Diego to an American college student, Daniel Chong.
So I had to go crazy.
Chong
Oh,
has
never mind, he's a college student.
reached a $4.1 million settlement with the U.S. government. His nightmare began on April 21st of last year. Chong was visiting a friend at a house in the San Diego area when...
And they're like, oh, this hasn't happened in like a developing country. It happened in the United States, and like we're at the end of this video where like so far it's like there's like 1,000,001 cases that we've covered that show shit that you'd think of in like the last episode that we watched, like all these prisons in Somalia and Madagascar. It's like, yeah, the United States, like we're at third world standards when it comes to things like social aid and when it comes to our prison system.
When agents from the Drug Enforcement Administration burst in, they seized thousands of ecstasy pills, other drugs, and guns. Chong admitted he'd smoked pot there, but knew nothing of the other contraband. When they took him to a DEA holding cell, they said they wouldn't charge you. What else did they tell you?
They said they'll come get me in a minute to take me home.
Minutes, hours, days.
And so essentially, like, he was at a party where other people were the ones that were really the, like, people behind the crime. So he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he was just somebody who was part of the equation that they had to interrogate. It's like, oopsies, we left him in a holding cell for 5 fucking days. No food, no water.
Toilet facilities. His lawyer says Chong was in total darkness the last 2 days. What did you do to survive?
Eventually, your survival instincts do kick in, and you start to realize what you have to do, which is just drink any fluid that's around, which is my urine at the time. And I went ahead and did that.
He hallucinated, he says, so desperate at one point, he bit into his glasses, broke them, and...
Well, I tried to carve a message saying, sorry, Mom, onto my arm. But I didn't finish that.
Did you call out? Did you try to get their attention in any way?
Of course I did. I don't think anybody would sit there and meditate. I was kicking and screaming.
Finally, someone opened the cell. Chong's lawyers say he spent 3 days in an ICU, had kidney failure, dehydration. He lost 15 pounds. The DEA apologized to Chong. A Justice Department investigation ensued. Neither the DEA nor the Justice Department will comment now beyond that. But Chong's lawyers say that because no criminal intent was found, no one will be prosecuted. Chong and his lawyers say they do believe it was all accidental. Martin Horn, who ran the New York City Department of Corrections, the key question is whether DEA had rules in place for incarceration.
They are an investigations agency. They're not a corrections agency. They are neither equipped nor trained nor organized to supervise people.
And this is a, like, federal agency, so this is the federal government.
Who are held in confinement.
This isn't some, like, rundown, like holding facility and, like, run by some, like, lowbrow sheriff's deputy and wants some one horse town. This is like our federal government.
No,
Chong's lawyer says at the time he was held there.
DEA. Yeah, you're right. It's
Yeah, the
DEA. Oh my god, that's.
I guess
that's fucking terrible.
Last video. It's
The
watch something
United
more
States
positive.
has more than 2.2 million adults locked up in its prisons and jails. That's only slightly smaller than the population of Houston, America's fourth largest city. Many of the inmates are repeat offenders, which raises the age-old question of what we want out of incarceration: punishment or rehabilitation so prisoners do not return. One Scandinavian country is using a unique approach to achieve the latter. As part of our week-long series here at NBC News looking at criminal justice reform, Kelly Kobiea travels to Norway for our Sunday Spotlight.
In this vast forest of pine and blueberry is what some call the world's most humane prison, Halden Prison, where new inmates are greeted the way I was, with a handshake. Nice to meet you. Drug smugglers, murderers, rapists, all doing time in a maximum security prison that feels more like a college campus. This is home?
Yeah, this is home, yeah.
Karsten was convicted of killing a man in Brazil. This is his cell block, with a full kitchen, big screen TV, laundry room. You have a key to your own cell?
Yeah, everybody has their own key.
He and the rest of the prisoners are locked in overnight. The rest of the time, they choose when to lock the door to their cozy single-bed cells, with a TV and a private bathroom.
That used to be in a prison in Brazil, and there was a cell just a little bit bigger than this, and there used to be 50 people in the same room.
The point here, to turn criminals into
Yep,
good
and
mates.
we covered that like in Kanduro and like in the last episode with Brazil.
Always have coffee on the Rehabilitation, says the prison governor, starts on day one.
We take the freedom from them, but on the other hand, we try to help them to get a better citizens.
Inmates have a normal work week, giving them routine and responsibilities, training to be car mechanics, and graphic designers in a state-of-the-art studio.
What the fuck?
Learning skills like restaurant prep, where they're trying to
I actually think that's better. I think
Yeah.
that's better.
No shit, it's better.
Yes.
Well, yeah,
No, I
it's
mean,
gonna get them adjusted to working a normal
Yeah.
life, and then when they leave, they could just start cooking for the local place and start paying bills like a normal person, just like they were
And,
doing
I
in
mean,
there. Instead of them being
people-
locked in a cell all day, bouncing a ball.
Let's go commit crimes in Norway, you guys.
Yeah. But then, like, also, like, taxpayer money, it's like when it comes to, like, corrections and, like, like, reintegrating them into society, like, once again, they're less likely to commit crimes. They're more likely to contribute to the job market and the economy. So it's definitely much less of a financial burden overall. But some people make the argument, like, oh, this is maximum security prison for, like, people who committed things like murder, really serious crimes. It's like, yeah, but here's the thing. When people are like, hey, we don't want this because it goes against my ethics, what about most crimes? So,
well,
like, 90-something% of crimes, it's like, yeah, I think you're a dumb fuck if you say that this is inappropriate for somebody who's in prison for, like, something like theft or some kind of nonviolent crime.
Well, fuck, if I could have the best filet mignon from a prisoner, oh my god, I would definitely love that.
Helping get jobs on the outside. They have weekends off and a house.
It's even better from a prisoner.
Yeah.
Oh.
Richard is studying music.
Well, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say, like, if a person can go to jail for fucking murdering someone and then be like, oh yeah, I can make the best fucking omelet or filet mignon or stuff like that. I mean, that's helping that person. So, I mean, it's not something bad. It's something helping them. I don't give a shit what they did.
They did mention that, like some of them, they're on a schedule where they can go home during the weekends and stuff like that. It's like, that's another thing, like a lot of like crimes or whatever. Yeah, I can understand. You have them check into a particular facility. So like whoever the state worker is, the social worker, are making sure that they're following through with the program. They're following through with the corrections. But like in the end, it's like, once again, why don't we have more programs like that? It would be cheaper when they don't have to be housed every single day throughout the week. And then what about like a lot of crimes where, why not just give people like a bunch of community service and have a social worker with like a caseload where that's like their sentence for the crime is going through a rehabilitation program outside of prison. So I think that there are so many fucking crimes where that should be the process of corrections, where there isn't any sort of like jail time involved. All the corrections, that the program that's involved is meeting with a counselor or a state worker like once or twice a week, and they call you and you have to you have to follow through with your phone conferences and so forth. But I think you should have a lot of programs that don't involve any sort of time behind a cell.
That would be more social workers or social programs for those people. kind of people.
which we definitely lack in the United
For
States.
4 years in a Swedish prison.
I was very hateful myself when I came here, because I come from very, very hard prison systems. They really hate the guards, and the guard hated us. Do I feel like a different person now? Yeah, I do.
Here, guards and tutors work side by side with inmates, playing chess or simply going for a walk. It's all about building
Yeah,
relationships.
so instead of dousing them in buckets of mace and bashing their head in and smearing their blood against the wall, they play chess with them, and they actually teach them to, once again, instead of punishment and discipline, maybe more corrections. Maybe they should act as more of a therapeutic kind of occupation as opposed to somebody who's just there to give discipline.
And trust, even with a prison boss.
You look so happy. It's an inmate who painted it.
There are cameras and locks, but no weapons, and nearly half of the guards are women.
Do you feel safe?
Yes, I do. Why? Well, I mean, we get to know all the prisoners very well. We interact, but we're with them all the time.
Norway's model isn't cheap. $93,000 per inmate per year, 3 times more than in the U.S. But only 20% of inmates reoffend after 2 years. In the U.S., it's 60%. There's no.
And they're also locking up a lot less people, and people make that argument that like, oh yeah, but you have all these people going to prison. It's like, well, maybe we don't need to be locking up all those people. Like that's the other issue.
Penalty and life sentences were banned in 1981.
And also, like in a lot of these countries where it's like, okay, they're spending a lot more money on that. Look at how many people are in our prisons. It's like, well, another issue is they have like universal health care. It's a lot easier for those people. Their college is free. It's like people have the social aid that they need to stay out of fucking prison. Maybe that's part of the reason why they don't have as many inmates that they need a house.
Even mass murderer Anders Breivik, who killed 77 people in the 2011 attack, was given a maximum sentence of 21 years, though that is extendable. Conservative critics say Norway has gone too far.
What about the victims who actually has this, feel really in the people who commit this crime can actually live in this luxury?
But if someone were to say to you, wow, this looks like a pretty luxurious lifestyle.
Most of us are going to see it outside for a long time, outside the war.
But these men admit they've been helped here.
Before I think more like a criminal, but now I start to think more like a normal guy, you know?
If you treat an inmate like an animal, he'll be an animal. If you treat an inmate with respect, he'll respect you back.
Oh, skeptical Jesus said, you treat them like an animal, they act like an animal.
That was Chevy.
Lessons many here believe could extend beyond these prison walls. For Sunday Today, Kelly Gaviria, Halden Prison, Norway.
Kelly, thank you very much. You can see more in-depth reporting in our Justice for All series across NBC platforms, including a special town hall inside.
Okay. I think we've provided enough content and commentary for the night.
Well, once again, I'm ashamed to be an American.
I'm ashamed to be a human being.
I'm ashamed to be an American, where at least I know I'm half free.
Yeah, but next week, with all the videos we've done on the Ukraine and war and incarceration, maybe I'll try to find something more positive.
Yeah, like dead puppies or something.
I don't know. Maybe that's not going the right direction.
Oh, darn it. No, you should probably do, I don't know.
Kind of hard to think of positive things after what we just discussed. But anything you want to say, Shab?
I'm going live in 10 minutes. Click the link I just put in the chat, guys.
And see you next Sunday.
Yeah, peace.
Oh.